Thank you all for being here. Bright, sunny day in Florida. Being in a lovely place like Sebastian, conducting the people's business. Thank you. I think we have a full house, except Jackie's not here, and we'll get to that. Let's start with introductions. Chris, you want to lead us off?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Chris Zadowski. I'm San Jose County Commissioner for District 1. Happy to be here.
Good morning. I'm Libby Pigman. I work for the South Florida Water Management District, and I am here in place of Jackie Thurlow-Lippish.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Susan Adams, Indian River County Commissioner for District 1.
Kurt Smith, Brevard County, Florida, as opposed to some other Brevard County.
Doug Bornig, St. John's.
And Jeff Brower, Volusia County Chair.
Good morning, Jason Seifert, Florida Department of Environmental Protection Central District, here in place of Aaron Watkins.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
We just got a report. Stacy Hetherington is on her way but had a flat tire. So if she can negotiate either a staff pickup or AAA, she may make it in time for the meeting, but she wanted to extend her apologies.
Okay. That's a shame. I had a similar issue with my wife's car this morning, so I can relate. Okay, so we also have some guests here. Do you want to introduce our guest, Dwayne?
Now, let's go through staff first,
Okay.
and then we can bring the guests up.
Okay.
Dwayne DeFries, I'm the Executive Director of the IRL Council.
Daniel Claudy, Chief Operating Officer for the IRL Council.
Glenn Torsivia, Attorney for the Council.
KJ Ayers, GIS Coordinator for the IRL NEP. Ashley Malcolm, Administrative Coordinator for the IRL NEP.
And then, Mr. Chair, we have a group of 5 individuals representing the EPA and also the Association of National Estuary Programs who represent the program evaluation team. And I'd like them all to just come on up and introduce yourselves so you can all see who we've been with all week. So we have 2 representatives from EPA headquarters, 2 from Region 4, and I'll let Tom Ford introduce himself. He's come all the way from California. He's one of my director acquaintances through the NEP, so when we do these PEs, there's always an ex officio NEP director that's a volunteer position, and so he's left his job for most of this week to come join us in this PE review. So come up and introduce yourselves. I promise Tom you wouldn't go first or last.
All right, I'll go first. He's not here.
Excuse me, just a reminder, please turn your mics on so they're green when you speak, so you can pick up the stream.
Not for you, Mike. Trust me. Good morning. Very nice to see many of you again. Had a very pleasant week here. Learned a tremendous amount as I had hoped. So it wasn't completely service. It was also self-serving. Dwayne, certainly been long impressed with the merits and work of this program here in Florida. So I was very pleased to come get a chance to experience firsthand. I've got some more time on the agenda later on. But ladies and gentlemen, Tom Ford, Director of the Santa Monica Bay National Estuary Program and Chair of the Association of National Estuary Programs here. Thank you.
And I might add, we're proud that you're here.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you. Jennifer?
Hi, good morning. Jennifer DeMayo, EPA Region 4 out of Atlanta, Georgia. Good to see many of you again, and you will be hearing from me later on in this morning on the agenda to talk about the program evaluation and our site visit. So thank you for having us today.
And it's nice to see you in person as opposed to a disembodied voice.
I agree.
Good morning. My name is Wade Lehman. I'm also with EPA Region 4. I'm the chief of the Oceans and Estuary Management section, which handles NEPs, among other items, for this part of the state, including our South Florida program. It's been wonderful being here the past couple of days. This is my first actual in-person visit here, as well as the first program evaluation that I've been part of. And it's really, really wonderful to be part of such an amazing organization, because I have to say, this is one of our best. So thank you for having us, and glad to be here.
And we're honored to have you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeff Lerner, and I'm the new Partnership Programs Branch Chief at the EPA headquarters in our Office of Wetlands, Oceans, and Watersheds. I've just been with the EPA for a couple of months. This is my first official visit to a national estuary program, and I'm just really excited to be here and to have had the opportunity to spend time with the team. Some of my previous experience over the last 25 years or so has involved a lot of work with different partnerships around the country, and I'm really impressed by this National Estuary Program model that we have and our ability through EPA to be able to support these types of partnerships. And I understand that they're challenging, they take a lot of time, but I'm thrilled that there's an opportunity here for us to be able to have conversations with the partnerships, and through our program evaluation process, which is part of the reason why we're here, we're committed to a cycle of continuous improvement with the NEPs. And I just think it's been a real pleasure. We really appreciate the warm welcome, the collaboration, the creativity, the use of science, and just the opportunity to keep thinking about how we address new challenges within these different important areas around the country and in this particular location as well. So I just want to say thanks to all of you for your involvement with this work on behalf of Indian River Lagoon, and it's just a pleasure to be here today with you. Thank you.
Jeff, and we're very happy that you were able to spend some time with us this week also.
Mr. Chair, Board, good morning. And for those of you in the room and online, greetings to everyone. My name is Vince Beckland, EPA Headquarters Coordinator for IRL NEP, and it's great to be back in person. Been following y'all on virtually, so it's nice to be here, and it's like coming back home again. I see very familiar faces, and we'll be talking to you about our preliminary findings later, but it's just good to be here. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Okay, that's a good start to our day. Do we have any folks that would like to public comment? I have one card. Anyone else? Todd?
Mr. Chair, the board, good morning, and to the audience. It's nice to be here. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service based out of Vero Beach. I'm here representing the service today. My state supervisor got called away this morning last minute. We had both planned to come, but we had both planned to come here and support the NEP's effort for the request for qualifications for seagrass technology and restoration. The service requires us to use the best available science, and that means we are a consumer of the best available science, and the NEP is searching for that science. We're here to say we support that. We are committed to habitat restoration for the Indian River Lagoon. My regional director has asked me and my state supervisor to become more involved. We understand on the management board there is a member from Merritt Island, but you are going to see more Fish and Wildlife Service staff at your meetings and in the committees in the future as we commit to try and help save the Indian River Lagoon. On my part, I've been asked to help work with Dwayne, convene both state and federal leadership, and try to do that regularly in hopes of discussing potential uses of, say, the governor's budget when it comes out, the bipartisan infrastructure law funds when we can all get a hold of those and have conversations. Ultimately, I've been asked to see if I can get this group, the group that I'm talking about, the state and federal leaders, to try and find a way to get $200 million a year for 20 years, the way we did for Everglades and the Chesapeake and other large restoration programs. So thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. I just wanted you to know that you're going to be seeing more of us in the future.
Good to know.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see what $200 million does to our project. Okay, well, I guess we're going to pass over a resolution since Stacy isn't here. Water quality reports. Chuck?
Mr. Chair, before you move forward, we've got agenda revisions on item 3.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And staff does have a revision. So we have a minor modification to 10D3, which we can address when we get there, but it's a motion revision based on some changes that have happened in the last couple of weeks since the agenda was printed. And so we'll address those when we get to that item.
10, which?
10D3.
Okay, sorry. Now we're ready for Chuck.
Chuck Jacoby with the St. Johns River Water Management District, here to talk about conditions in the central and northern IRL. So we're going to start, as I typically do, with looking at the data from the continuous monitoring devices that we have in the lagoon. There are going to be 6 that we'll talk about, running from Mosquito Lagoon down to near State Road 60. Talking about salinity to start with, and if you look at the graph and follow the lines, there are 2 places, Mosquito Lagoon and Vero Beach, where the salinities are relatively high. A couple that are moderate, that's Titusville and Cocoa, and then 2 that are a bit lower, which is Banana River Lagoon, and then the one with the dip, that's near O'Galley in the Indian River Lagoon. And so, again, this is the kind of thing that we tend to see normally, so we're not seeing the really high salinities like we saw, say, in 2010, where they were up around 40 in some places. And we also expect this sort of gradient depending on where you are. So Mosquito Lagoon has a lot of evaporation. It's shallow. A lot of water evaporates, gets saltier. The Vero Beach one is down near the inlets, so you get the exchange, so it gets a little saltier there. And then, you know, as you move, it depends on the freshwater inputs. So Banana River Lagoon has some freshwater inputs and holds on to water for a fairly long time, so salinities change relatively slowly. And then you can see in O'Galley, and there was a rainstorm, about 2.4 inches, that just preceded that dip that you see. So again, salinity, I guess you call them normal or typical. Temperatures are on the rise, as you might expect. So, you know, we're moving from around 54 degrees Fahrenheit to about 82 degrees Fahrenheit. And of course, as water gets warmer, the biology starts to gear up. So we have been seeing some small blooms of different things in different places, but again, nothing thus far that's coalesced into anything major. And that takes us to the chlorophyll, which for most of this year, so I should have explained first. This is running from February 1st on the left to last Monday, the 9th on the right. So chlorophylls have been relatively low. You can see there around Cocoa that there has been some phytoplankton passing past the sensor. But again, it's, you know, kind of up and down, patchy, sort of here, there, and you know, that's again more typical of the old days, as it were, back before we had major issues. So it's been a pretty good year for water clarity and so forth. And likewise, with no major blooms and no major blooms crashing, the oxygen levels have stayed good. So again, 2 milligrams per liter is where fish and other aquatic life start to stress, and we've been, you know, well above that in most cases. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the manatee provisioning, which had been going on till the end of March. And we were involved. So one of the issues was bringing in nutrients in the form of lettuce or whatever they were going to feed the manatees and putting them in a lagoon that's struggling with nutrient loads. And so we said, well, you know, perhaps we can help out. We'll do some sampling to sort of track where it's going. And, you know, if we see an issue, we can maybe pull back on the feeding or, you know, do whatever adaptive management we've come up with. So we sampled essentially 12 stations, the yellow pins in the map there. 4 control stations up to the north, 4 control stations down to the south, and 4 centered around where they were going to do the feeding at the Canaveral power plant there in the center. So I struggled with a way to present this. I hope this works. Basically what you have here are on the weeks that we sampled weekly for the duration of the feeding, not quite the full duration, but we sampled a week before up until the 16th of March, and the feeding stopped on the 31st. And so what you have are sets of stations, sets of 12 stations for each of those dates. What you're looking for as a pattern, if there's an issue, the red dots, which are the ones centered around the power plant, should stand out from all the yellow dots, right? So in all these cases, if they are much higher and consistently higher, that's an issue. And so here you see total dissolved nitrogen, the amount of nitrogen that's in the water column in a dissolved form available to phytoplankton. And, there's no real pattern for the red dots. I mean, nitrogen goes up and down a little bit, but you're not seeing the red dots stand out. This is total dissolved phosphorus, and one thing you might notice is that the scales change, so there's a lot less phosphorus around than there is nitrogen. But again, here you don't see the red dots being tremendously and consistently higher than the yellow dots. There is the one, but you get that. I mean, that's a sample. So. But obviously the one most people would be concerned about is that nitrogen and phosphorus lead to some biological response, which again we look at by looking at chlorophyll, the photosynthetic pigment in the phytoplankton. And here we did see a bloom that passed through that area early on, but then as soon as that bloom sort of passed, values went down and became somewhat consistent. So overall, we didn't see anything that looked like there was an issue with the feeding of the manatees. One last thing I want to give you is an update on seagrasses. So the 2021 maps, the aerial photography flown in spring 2021, they've just been finalized, and we have here, that's the green bars, and it relates to the left-hand y-axis. So that's in hectares, in this case, not acres. But the basic take-home message is that we now have lost essentially 75% of what we had in 2009. So the 2020 bloom, which you may remember that sort of ran through the tail end of 2020 into 2021, that was a pretty intense bloom. So back with the chlorophyll values, we have records of 300 micrograms of chlorophyll per liter, which is, if you saw before, they were mostly around 20 to 30, so that's 10 times as much. So it was a very intense bloom, and it lasted about 7 months, give or take, in different places. And so that knocked the seagrass down a little bit more. The black line is going to be the transect lengths, and that just helps us understand what goes on in between maps. So, we look at the transect length and see that it's following the maps, and it does. And then the gray line at the bottom, that's percent cover. Those are both on the right-hand axis. And the percent cover, as we've talked about before, has dropped and is now running down around 2% from an average over the whole lagoon of about 20%. So if you combine the drop in percent cover and the decrease in aerial extent, there's obviously much less food out there for things like manatees and sea turtles. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Chuck, I have a question for you. I think I know the answer, but I would like everybody to hear it. We have what seems to me, at least at my house, I live on the Indian River, and I'm on the west side, and I can have seen all winter huge acres and acres of something growing on the bottom. Well, it only got warm enough for me to get wet recently, being the sissy that I am. And I came up with a whole handful of this stuff, and I was really happy when I grabbed it. But as I looked at it, I thought, boy, I'm not sure this is seagrass. So I sent a picture to Dwayne, and he said it's Chlorophyle.
Yep.
But it's better than nothing. Is that? I know it's not as nutritious as seagrass is, but there's something there for the manatees to be feeding.
Right. So
because let me just add that all during the winter, it was pathetic to see, I live on a coquina rock ridge. And it's pathetic to see the manatees trying to climb up those rocks to get to the algae, which has virtually no nutritious value for them. But I don't see that now.
So, manatees have dispersed a fair bit from the numbers that were around in the winter as the water warms elsewhere. So, they're spread out more than they were. Algae does provide them with some nutrition. Manatees will eat many things: mangroves, salt marsh, your lawn if they can get at it. So it's not like there's no nutrition there, but seagrasses, kind of well, for a range of reasons, are the diet of choice. So yeah, they're definitely struggling. Chlorpa is probably a good thing. So it helps stabilize the bottom. So one of our concerns about the massive loss of acreage is that the sediments get disturbed by wave action and boat wakes and other things. And that makes it hard for seagrass to come back because they can't hold on when they just are partly established. And so this Chlorpa has a rhizome, much like the seagrass. It has a sort of a runner thing that helps stabilize that sediment. And in fact, the people who have been out recently have said that they're starting to see seagrass popping up around the edges of those Chlorpa beds. So, we're looking at Chlorpa as a good indication. Because it's an alga, it doesn't have the same structural features that seagrass does, so it grows much faster. And needs a little bit less light because it doesn't have roots in the sediment. And so that's probably why it came first when we had clear weather. It said, this is good enough for me, and took off. So it spreads pretty rapidly. So we're looking at it as a good thing.
Good, thank you. Any other questions from the board or comments? Thank you, Chuck. Next up is Stacy. It was nice meeting you this morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm actually Melanie Parker. I was able to be here today, so Stacy filled in for me on Tuesday, thankfully. She did a great job, I heard, so hopefully I can hold that standard. See my slide? Okay. So again, my name is Melanie Parker. I work for the South Florida Water Management District, and I'm going to do the Southern IRL conditions update. And this is really going to be focused on the St. Lucie because that's the data that we generally present on a weekly basis. So first off, looking at freshwater inflows into the estuary. If you look at the figure on the bottom, you can see that those are showing total daily inflows from each of the basins that contribute to the St. Lucie estuary. We can see that it has increased a bit in the most recent week. On the table on the right, it shows 7-day mean inflows for those basins. And you can see that we got about 469 CFS into the St. Lucie. This was the week from April 25th through May 1st. And the biggest contributor during that week was the tidal basin, along with 10 Mile Creek, and no contributions from C44, C23, or C24. As well as the Lake Okeechobee has not contributed any water in the past week. And if you look at the figure again, you can see by the color coding, there's only gray and green, which means that the only contributions coming into the estuary for the past month and most of the past 3 months has been 10 Mile Creek in the tidal basin. Moving on to look at salinities in the St. Lucie estuary. The map on the right shows the location of the 3 continuous salinity monitoring sites. Those are in blue. The Rio Oyster monitoring station is in black. And then if you can see the orange hash marks, that's where oyster coverage was mapped in 2019, the most recent mapping effort. The table on the top left shows the 7-day average salinities at those 3 salinity monitoring sites. You can see at HR1 in the North Fork, it was about 20 on the surface and bottom. At the US 1 bridge, it was about 24 on the surface and bottom. And at the A1A bridge, we had 31 on the surface and almost 33 on the bottom. I've included the table on the bottom to show the 2020 Recover Salinity Performance Measure ranges. Those show the optimum, stressful, and damaging ranges for oysters. And if we refer back to the 7-day average salinities, we see that at HR1 and US 1 bridge, those salinities were in the optimal range of 10 to 25 for the past week. If we look at A1A, those salinities were a bit higher, so fall into the stressful range for oysters because they exceeded 25. Looking a little bit closer at salinity, the top figure shows mean daily salinities. And at those same 3 sites, it's also showing top and bottom measures. And if you look at that, you can see that salinities have been relatively stable over the past few months, with the most variation occurring at HR1 in the North Fork, and those are the 2 green colored lines. The figure on the bottom shows the average of the surface and bottom salinity measures at the US 1 bridge. This location is closest to that oyster monitoring station at Rio. And you can see that salinities have stayed just within that optimal range for the past few months. That's a great thing as we go and look at oyster recruitment data. This is the number of larval oysters settling at the Rio Station in St. Lucie. These numbers are recorded by FWC staff on a monthly basis. And the figure on the bottom shows those results from the past 2 years. If you look at May 21 through December of 2021, you can see that those recruitment rates were pretty consistent. And we had peaks in the fall, which is fairly typical for oysters in Florida. And then those rates dropped to very low, near zero rates from January through March 2022. That's also to be expected, as oysters in Florida generally have a resting period where they're not spawning during the coldest months of the year. The great news is they've already started the spring spawn. If we look at April, we see there's almost 14 spat per shell, which is a great recruitment rate, higher than we've seen in the last 2 years. So we're off to a really good start this spring in the St. Lucie Estuary for the oyster population. And this figure shows oyster density. So this is the number of live oysters per meter squared at the same location. FWC also measures these values. They do this on a quarterly basis. So this figure is also showing the last 2 years. You can see that those rates have been exceeded the good range, which we consider to be 500 oysters per meter squared or more, in all occurrences except 2. Those 2 occurrences happened in March of 2021 and March of 2022, where it was about 300, which is in the fair range. And really the primary reason for this is just overwintering stress related to higher predation rates and higher disease rates, which come along with those higher salinities we see in the wintertime. The good news is when they go back and do the next survey, which is scheduled for June, we should see these numbers increase because we've already seen that there's a great start to the recruitment season. That's all I have for today. I really appreciate you giving me an opportunity to present. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions or comments? Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Okay, moving on to conference committee reports.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable council members, staff, and distinguished guests. Tom Carey, Chair of the Management Board. And I can kind of relate to Ms. Hetherington because I was late for my first meeting, which was on Tuesday, because of an acid truck overturning on State Road 44. So we all have our adventures. Stacy Cecil from DEP presented an IRL BMAP update on the Central and Northern Lagoon, as well as the Banana River. Stacy really did a good job, not only reporting on the technical aspects of the BMAPs in question, but also the way a BMAP is structured and what it's intended to do. She really did a good job. The Management Board also had quite a robust discussion about the attendance policy that the council implemented or approved and the staff implemented beginning this year. One of the suggestions was to have a fillable electronic form that members could use to reply as far as an RSVP rather than downloading a paper form and then having to scan it and send it back. Secondarily, and maybe most important, the Management Board unanimously passed a motion to encourage the council and staff to continue to get the council's advisory boards out from under the sunshine. And this was basically because of scheduling and travel costs and emergencies that come up that can kind of inhibit attendance. We're a regional group, so we go from, Volusia all the way down to Martin County, and some people are private citizens and have to, put fuel in their own vehicles. The taxpayers pay for my fuel and stuff like that, but a lot of concerns about inhibitions and things where we can't have an online meeting. So if we could continue to move forward with that, the Management Board would greatly appreciate that. And the last item, Mr. Chair, is that after much discussion, including conversations about Environmental Justice 40 and Jedi, which is not the Jedi that we think about Star Wars, it's Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. The Management Board unanimously recommends your approval of the BIL funding on your agenda items 10D 1 through 3 and budget amendment item 10D 4 and the final budget in item 5. So that concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Any questions, comments? I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
How, with attendance and being as spread out as these 5 counties are,
right?
You had mentioned the fact that online meetings would be most helpful.
Right.
And they ended, what, in September of 20 or 21?
Sometime last year, right.
Yeah. Is there any way that we can look into that and see if we can get an exemption for these folks? Because it is a wide, I mean, we're not talking just one county here. We're talking people that have to travel. Even if it were like every quarter have a personal meeting and the other meetings online, can we look into that?
Mr. Chair, we actually made an attempt to piggyback on 2 bills in this previous session. Unfortunately, neither one of those bills in the House or the Senate proceeded to be heard in a committee. I've talked to Senator Debbie Mayfield about this, and so this session coming up for 23, I'm going to start early, and we will get a Senate and a House member to support an action for us rather than us, trying to jump on somebody else's legislation. This has been done before, and it really is just an exemption for our advisory committees to allow Zoom meetings and other electronic. And so we still see the value of having face-to-face, but it would allow us to do hybrid, allow us to do full Zoom, and be in compliance with Sunshine, but it would take a legislative exemption. So perfect world, this time next year, we'd be having a conversation about, hoping that the governor doesn't veto a bill to pass that exemption. But it has been done before, and it is an issue. The bill that we tried to piggyback on was one of the large coastal resilience groups that was like 6 or 7 counties and hundreds of miles of potential travel time. And we're in that same boat. So if somebody's coming from DeLand to here on a round trip, we're talking about a considerable, distance. And this issue is also supported at the STEM AC and as well as the Citizen Advisory Committee. They're all looking, for some relief, especially when gas starts getting, $4+ They're feeling the pain of that trip, as we all are. So we will continue to work on that, and it's a priority for me early, as we move into the early part of the session to make sure we have a House and Senate leader helping us to move that along.
And just speaking from my point of view, I think the hybrid is probably the best model because there's a certain number of us that enjoy meeting personally. I mean, there's a lot of value in that in the face-to-face and the sidebars before and after the meeting. But it really is critical for folks that maybe have an emergency or scheduling conflict or just can't travel to have that option of Zooming in online. So,
thank you, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Chris?
As part of this conversation, is there often a quorum, but those who, the challenge I have is there are some meetings that I am a part that as long as there's a quorum in person, what's the level of quorum for your meetings? I don't know how many that is, but I know you have a lot of members, but is there a conversation that we could have a quorum at X, whatever that number is, so that those who can travel, staff members, et cetera, and those who are lay people, citizens, how we're going to determine them, but they could then Zoom in, for lack of a better term.
I'm not sure if we distinguish at the site and then
we have not. We did institute, pursuant to your direction at the last meeting, contacting all of our advisory board members in the management conference, and actually have instituted a RSVP sheet that basically is letting us know, are you coming? And if you're not coming, let us know why, so in its excused absence. And so we did have quorums in all 3 meetings this time, but there's still a sense of, gosh, if you could fix this, it would make life easier. And so we'll keep moving forward, working with our committees. We've also had some discussion after these meetings this past 2 weeks that once we hire our community, regional community coordinators, that, maybe the CAC, we start to migrate that meeting around a little bit. But, if you go north for a meeting, it's great if you're in Volusia, but then the Martin County folks are driving double the distance. And I actually did that calculation a couple years ago, and the bottom line is at the end of the year, you're still driving about the same amount of distance. It just at least one meeting a year, you're going, gosh, I don't have to drive all the way down. So we'll keep working on options and opportunities, but the clear fix is this legislative exemption.
Well, I still think that you can do a quorum and have all those who can't make it actually digitize in or Zoom in or whatever. But
yeah, they can listen in, but they can't vote. So our big worry, at least from staff, is if you offer a hybrid, that you're likely to not get the quorum because everybody's going to want to Zoom in. And so that's the challenge. We're going to play around with this and see how it works. And it may be if we can get a dedicated quorum, then we can go ahead and hybrid and say, well, if the rest of you want to Zoom in, you can. But our big worry is that if we offer the one option, everybody goes, to Zoom, and, all of a sudden we don't have anybody in the room to vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, can I just add to what you said? We do that with the Transportation Planning Organization, and we've started letting people Zoom in, but we require the quorum first, and if we don't get that, you don't have the option. So that's a requirement, and then people can Zoom, and it's worked really well. We haven't ever missed a quorum, so it is possible.
Doug?
Yeah, I'm in the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. I'm just reading what we have to what they require, and that's 1/3 of their voting members have to be present for that. It's just another option.
And for us, it's 50% plus 1 on all 3.
I would like to ask my fellow commissioners up here if you think it would be worthwhile, because we all know our state legislators, I would hope, from our counties, reach out to them and encourage them that this is something that we would really like to see done. Your local senator, your local House of Representatives. So do we need to have an official request, or can we just say, let's do it, it's a good idea?
My recommendation is let's wait till August. I'm going to start this discussion early. August, we've got midterms in November, so there's, we don't have, the budget hasn't been sent to the governor. There's still a lot of focus just on the budget and the LBR. So let's get through the end of this session, and then I'll come back to you in August with a plan, because I'm going to try to find, leadership in the House and the Senate early for a bill. It's pretty simple language, and then we can start to, talk to our delegation and try to make sure we have enough support to make this happen. Just as a historical aside, we had a long discussion when we created the IRL Council, and those of you who were here in the beginning, and the debate had been, do we put these advisory committees as true advisory committees in the sunshine and give them the power of advising you all on the board, which puts them in the sunshine, or do we call them just fact-finding committees where they would report to staff, and staff would then report kind of what the general consensus or lack of consensus was in those committees? And we made a very decided and strategic decision that we wanted our management conference empowered at that citizen, scientist, and management board level. So they were giving you formal strategic advice under the sunshine where the public can see it. And so I like that decision, and we'll work with you, I think, we can resolve this issue. It just won't happen overnight.
Okay, so we'll wait till the August report. You can give us your.
Yeah, we'll
your
set
thoughts.
something up, and hopefully I'll have a champion on both sides of the House and Senate side by August. So we're going in early with this.
Good deal. Okay, STEM Advisory Committee report.
Morning, Chuck Jacoby, the chair of the STEM Advisory Committee. Again, I wasn't there when they voted, so that's what you get. But yes, we had a quorum, so we were able to approve minutes for the whole of last year, which was excellent. We were the ones that were struggling probably the most. And certainly we had that discussion of, how can we make this go forward? Certainly for the STEM Advisory Committee, a lot of the members are faculty. So if they teach one class, that a whole day traveling, that's really hard, right? So, we're certainly looking forward to trying to find a way where we can make this work better. In our case, Stacy spoke about a way to, in a sense, roll water quality into the discussion of evaluating the basin management action plans. So if you think back right now, seagrasses are the primary metric that we use to evaluate that. And there's a bit of concern that holding people responsible for seagrass return may be a little bit too high a bar to set. And what we may have to do is shift it to the water quality that supports the seagrasses and get that right, and then figure out how we'll deal with the seagrasses. The DEP had done something like this in South Florida, and so they're seeing if they can maybe port the process up to the lagoon. So there'll be ongoing discussions. It was basically an initial presentation of the concepts to get people thinking about how this might work. And I've been talking with DEP a fair bit, so I think you'll hear more about that in the future. Overall, we recommended what you'll hear as the proposed approaches to the built infrastructure funds, the RFQ on seagrass, the RFP that was accompanying that, and the budgets, the amended budget and the final 2023 budget. So we thought they were good proposals. We also, at the very end of the meeting, had a discussion of how the STEM Advisory Committee could provide maybe a little bit more technical support to the NEP and the council. So there are times when in the newspapers there are debates about what's wrong with the lagoon and where emphasis should be. And the STEM Advisory Committee is probably one of your best think tanks to go into that debate and say, here are some facts that we know about, here's some questions we have, and here's where we kind of come down on the issues. And that could, hopefully would be some sort of consensus, although I'm sure there will be minority opinions as well. So we started that discussion, and again, that will be an ongoing discussion because it doesn't take long to think of some of the challenges that would accompany trying to do that. Obviously, the STEM Advisory Committee would try to stay out of the political arena. We're talking about what we understand about the lagoon. And that was our meeting.
Any comments, Chris?
Mr. Chair, Chuck, TC Palm, and I don't know what the news entities are at this end of the world, but the TC Palm actually has a specific place in their reporting for the lagoon. So I'm wondering if we couldn't have an opportunity to have an opinion piece or something to that effect that basically says question, answer, et cetera. And if that's beneficial to the public to see and hear from trained professional scientists to what is real and what is perceived and that which is opinion. So, that may be an option for us to look into. I'm pretty sure that the folks at the news source would like to have valuable, factual information when it comes to the lagoon.
So we discussed a few approaches. I think one of them was, in a sense, to gather up all the questions that we have so far and, come up with some way to try to answer those questions. Response time for some of these things can be a challenge. We meet quarterly. If we find that we can do productive things, we could potentially set up a task force, that would try to get things turned around a little quicker. So, I mean, again, this is a foray into a complex issue. So, but that's something that I think the STEM AC will discuss in the future.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. And now we're moving on to Citizens Advisory Committee report.
I looked around the room, I didn't see Captain Frank Catino, and then I looked around the room and realized, oh, Kathy's not here either, so I'll do the CAC report, and I was at that meeting. A very similar conversation occurred at the CAC. We went through the list of projects for small grants. We'll talk a little bit about some of the issues. That was one issue in particular that came up, and I'm really pleased and proud of our advisory committees, because every time we do an RFP, there's always recommendations on how to do it a little bit better, and we had a few really good ones at the CAC. Citizens Advisory Committee unanimously supported the agenda items that you will be taking motions on today. But I do also want to let you know that, when you're in the Citizen Advisory Committee, you see the citizen perspective. And then we follow up with Management Board, which has a little different perspective on the world, and then the scientists who have that science perspective. And we saw, and it was the week earlier, our citizens are quite concerned because they're hearing a lot about, PFOA and PFAS toxicants. They're worried about herbicides. There was just a recent report by Bonefish Tarpon Trust, published and peer-reviewed, about bonefish down in the Keys with really large body burdens of antibiotics and other pharmaceuticals. And so to that last conversation you had with Chuck, the interest is, how do we communicate better? How do we address these issues? And so we too, in all three meetings, had a discussion very specific to contaminants, toxicants, and the general body in all three meetings on that discussion, which I led, was, are you ready to kind of change our position on this one, or do you want to hold for a while? And the answer was, let's hold, wait for the science, but this is an issue that folks are concerned about. And we did have a quorum, citizen support as well. Anything we can do to get an exemption to allow them to do Zoom meetings. And that's all I have from the CAC. Dan, did I forget anything? I did mention small grants, and I'm going to let you cover the details, because we did have a little quirk in the small grants program that resolved itself only out of a matter of luck, but it's not something we've run in before. But they authorized the small grants to be adopted and funded as requested based on the ranking, and Dan will show you that in a little bit. Mr. Chair, any questions?
Any points, comments, questions? Nothing? Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move into consent agenda. I'm looking for a motion to approve the February 11th, 2022 Board of Directors meeting minutes. Don't everybody speak at once.
I'll make the motion.
Jeff,
She did.
Jeff makes the motion, and Susan second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passed. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
And Mr. Chair, Pete Eckert, who you've just appointed as an alternate to the management conference, is actually in the room. So just raise your hand, Pete, so everybody can see you. We're excited to have Space Florida, now sitting on our management board.
Yeah, I met Pete this morning. Yes, we're grateful that you're on the. We're grateful that you're here. Okay, we have an appointment of Kyle Bartow from Indian River State College to the STEM Advisory Committee. Can I have a motion to approve?
Move approval. Second.
Chris approves, and Jeff makes the motion, and Jeff seconds that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. And appointment, Dale Ketchum. I don't see him here. from Space Florida to the Management Board with Pete Eggert as an alternative. Can I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
We have an approval, a motion by Chris and a second by Susan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Old business. Oh, we have the consent agenda.
I think that was
I think you just
we just
passed
did
the
that.
That was
consent
it.
agenda.
Okay. Oh, duh. What would I do without you, Dwayne?
Friday.
Old business, we have none. Moving into new business, EPA 5-year program evaluation. Dr. DeFries.
I'm going to be brief. I just want to bring you up to speed to introduce this program evaluation process, and you'll hear more from our EPA representatives. But I want you, as well as those watching online, to know that our 5-year EPA report for the performance evaluation is online, along with all of the support documents that are cited on that report. And I encourage anybody who asks the question, well, I wonder what they've done over the last 5 years, to take a look at both our annual report, but this summary of the last 5 years. It's an impressive amount of work, thanks to staff, thanks to your support, and the fact that all of your staffs are supporting this effort. So a program evaluation is something that the EPA does every 5 years. And some of you were here 5 years ago when I went through my first one. And in fact, both Vince and Jennifer were going through their very first one together. And I want you to be aware that there was a significant change in the guidance at the EPA level for how they were going to approach these program reviews. And I want to, on the record, thank Jennifer DeMeo and the entire work team at EPA. They really spent a lot of time looking at the old performance measures and criteria, and if you remember the old model, and asking the question, how can we streamline this to make the process not just easier and less bureaucratic, but more in line to us telling a story. So we didn't wind up with a document that was, something nobody would read, but we'd wind up with a report that was actually, a readable story about the last 5 years. And thanks to your support, I'm really proud of our 5-year report. It's still technical. It wasn't designed for, public consumption. But if any of you spent time to look at it, it's an easy read, and you can see this compilation of 5 years of what we have made a very strong commitment to, not just deliverables, but what are the outcomes of those deliverables. And so I just wanted to mention how thankful we were to EPA to streamline that process. This was so much easier for myself and staff this year compared to 5 years ago, where we literally spent a couple of months trying to just put it all together. This one went very smoothly. And so with that, I'm going to just ask the team to come up. Each one is probably going to speak to you a little bit about their perceptions, but also I want to thank you for coming up. We've had a really great week. Some of you joined us on field trips. I want to thank all of the field trip sponsors, both in the counties, the nonprofits, but engaging like this is a unique opportunity every 5 years, to get leadership together out in the field and just have casual conversations about how we're moving this mutual agenda forward. And I think we all had really, number one, the weather held, but we had a great week of field trips and conversations, and you'll get a sense of that when you hear this PE evaluation, this pre-evaluation. So I'm going to turn it over to the EPA team.
Thanks, Dwayne, and thanks for having me again. Vince Backlund, EPA headquarters in DC, and I'm one of 3 members in our review team. So we're here basically to give you a preliminary assessment of our findings. It's not final. This is based on our observations from what's been submitted to us through the PE report in our site visit this week. And first thing is we'd like to thank Dwayne and NEP staff, management conference members, and for everyone who met up this week, excuse me, met us this week during our site visit. We learned a lot, and it's great to see familiar faces again. And as I mentioned, I'm one of three. Jennifer is my awesome counterpart in Region 4. And we also have Tom Ford, who is our ex officio director, and Dwayne explained that a little bit earlier. And so this is the model that we have instituted for a number of iterations now, where we have an ex officio to provide us with a different perspective and for that exchange of knowledge. And hopefully that as Tom provides us with his expertise from his NEP, he can also take some of the lessons learned he's observed from this site visit back to his NEP. So it's a model that's been working, and he's doing this on a volunteer basis. So I appreciate you, Tom, for doing this. So I will pause here because I'd like to give the floor to Tom to give his perspective and observations, and then I'll come back for the rest of the talk.
Thank you, Vince, and thank you, Jennifer. You guys have been consummate professionals through this PE, and pleased to be part of the team for sure. Couldn't have done that without the support of the IRL NEP staff. So thank you, Kathy, Ashley, Daniel, KJ, and what's your name again, bud? No. And Dwayne for tremendous efforts, not just putting together this PE package, but making it very accessible. And I think that goes not just to their efforts, but that document, that comprehensive conservation and management plan, for me coming in from the outside, was something that quickly allowed me to orient to your priorities. I thought it was very well written and very well structured, so helped me zoom right in on what was going on. It was mentioned, we've had many conversations, we've gone on many trips. I've never been to a mosquito impoundment before, so that was exciting. And to learn how cleverly you folks are taking advantage of the opportunities here to make the most of your resources and improve the condition of your environment. And there was a few impressions, certainly, that I came away with from this week. And that was, firstly, there's a tremendous amount of commitment within this community and within this council to continue to make progress to protect and restore this place. There's no doubt in my mind that that's absolutely true. Secondly, a tremendous amount of solid work started and accomplished. So you're not just talking about it, you folks are lining them up and getting it done. Again, credit to all of you for making that happen. And certainly I think from my perspective, questions that get asked of me in California, like, okay, so Tom, when are we going to be done? Right? When's Santa Monica Bay going to be healed? The answer is this doesn't stop. It's like, I'm a parent, and when my kids graduate from college, then I'm not their parent anymore. Well, no, of course I'm not a parent. So this will be a constant effort with changing priorities, shifting targets, and what I can tell you is I get a very strong sense that the fundamentals of the partnerships, the commitment of the counties, the municipalities, the agencies, the local folks all interested in this are going to be the bedrock from which you're going to be able to achieve those goals, facing ongoing as well as future challenges coming down the way. And as I sort of intonated in my quick intro to you a little bit ago, this wasn't completely a volunteer effort and not self-serving. I certainly learned a lot when I was here the last few days, and it was just personally gratifying to be exposed to a program like this with expertise and motivation to go out there and not just identify issues, but start to develop the capacity to address them, really moving to get those resources available in order to accomplish several of the targets that you have before you. And really, last couple points. I think you're serving not just this place, but the people of this place very well with all of this work that you continue to put forth. So please do that and take a pause to take some pride in it. I was certainly personally gratified in experiencing it. So keep up the great work. Don't slow down. We'll be back in 5 years, which, as I've learned, goes by pretty fast. We do have a few more slides for you. It's intended to be a brief presentation. As Vince mentioned, these are some of our preliminary findings. There'll be a letter produced that'll be formally sent to the program once we sit down and debrief after this week. What you'll see is some of the highlights of what we see are your absolute strengths, as well as opportunities to advance your work. So that's what you'll be hearing from Vince and from Jennifer over these next few slides, and after that we'll be happy to try to address any questions. So thank you again. I had a terrific time here, and congratulations on a great deal of good work. And personally, thank you all for the efforts you made this week to come out and join us. I certainly enjoyed interacting with you at the many exciting places we got to see. And Vince, I believe you're up. You got it.
So Dwayne a little bit explained some of the revamped PE guidance that we had, and thanks Dwayne for introducing that, because last time we went into this as basically a tier model where we're evaluating the program as either pass, fail, or conditional fail. We've taken that away because the programs now are fully mature. So it's no longer really whether they're going to fail or whatever. It's like we're working towards proficiency. And it's a matter of where along those lines where we could help you going forward. So as the program evaluation is the case, is we want to acknowledge your work. And basically, we are recommending that we'll give you a preliminary rating of proficient. So this is to kind of give you a context of what that means is it's either proficient or progressing. Proficient basically means that all the requirements that we have instituted in the revamped program evaluation guidance have been met, addressed, no outstanding elements. So kudos to the staff, to everyone who provided information on that. And of course, that's also a reflection on the progress that you've made in implementing your CCMP, working towards environmental and programmatic results. And of course, we also want to acknowledge your strong management commitment to program challenges and those opportunities that may come your way. And I also would like to take this opportunity to say that 5 years ago, all of us here were quite new at our position. I know that was my first PE as well, and so is Jennifer. And some of you were at Harbor Branch yesterday, and we talked a little bit about risk. And at that time, we were in a period of transition. And we weren't sure how it was going to work. And we really wanted to make sure that coming out of that PE, we were going to set the program for a positive, successful foundation. And so I think we did just that and even more so. And thanks to your help and thanks to the staff. And I also wanted to share with you what I shared with Dwayne and staff is sometimes we focus so much on what have we accomplished, the body of work that we accomplished over the last 5 years, the number of things that we've done, the leverage dollars that we've accomplished. But I also wanted to remind you all, especially for those of you following online and here in the room, is that most of it could not be done without your staff. Some of which, it's hard to really quantify and put into words or on a report. And I think your support by being here, you're on a volunteer basis as well. I think we also want to acknowledge your work for all these years because we recognize that. And if this NEP doesn't succeed, then NEP as a whole and EPA cannot succeed as well. So thank you for that. And so you all are probably wondering, so what is this National Estuary Program is about? And I just want to, for the benefit of the room and online, just a little bit of a background into this program. So Clean Water Act Section 320 was amended to basically designate estuaries of national significance to protect and restore these waters. And specifically, Indian River Lagoon was created in 1990. And I put this map up here to just give you a sense of where Indian River Lagoon is. And I don't know if I could, yep. So here we are here. And then just to kind of give you a context of where Santa Monica is. And then we have a 28 NEP network covering the East Coast, the Gulf Coast, the West Coast, and in Puerto Rico as well. And regardless of which NEP that you look at, whether it's Indian River Lagoon or Santa Monica or elsewhere, there are 4 core principles that each NEP adheres to and that they really operate from. One of which is that it takes a watershed-based approach. You all are doing that, especially with this one lagoon approach. It's no longer just about each county or water management district, it's everybody as one. The second is, let me just make sure I'm getting it right, it's science-based decision-making. Science informs your work, and you have your STEM AC here that's providing the information that you need so you can make the best informed decision. Third is that you are doing a collaborative problem solving through consensus. And we always highlight how important the NEP is because could you think about any other program where you have a number of very different organizations and stakeholders with different interests all in one room, thinking about one big solution for everybody? So that's pretty unique, and that's one of the hallmarks of the National Estuary Program. And lastly is that the public is a participation, that they're part of the decision making and also the different advisory components into the National Estuary Program. So why are we here? Why are we doing program evaluation? One of which is we wanted to make sure that 5 years ago, we set out a number of challenges for you all to do, and we wanted to come back to see how well the program has done. And we're going to talk a little bit about that, and Jennifer is going to go over some of our findings to support that. Also, some of the unique environmental and programmatic accomplishments that you've done, and some of the ways that you have taken those opportunities, not only for improvement, but also for continuous adaptive management. And it's also helpful for EPA to provide our role where we can, either resources or technical support to really help you with your operations. And exactly like the fourth point is we want to be as supportive as you are, so your citizens and your stakeholders can also be just as committed to the program. We see ourselves, EPA, as having multiple roles in this. One is that we have the advisory role in our position in the management conference. The second part is that we have technical and funding partner support. And then the third is that we also have this oversight role. And this is kind of where we are today. So it's kind of come full circle when we are doing these program evaluations. So how do we use information such as the PE report that Dwayne was referring to up the chain, up to headquarters, and what we could do? Success stories, which will call from a lot of your reports, your websites, and all your reports, and we'll incorporate them into our NEP website, congressional briefings, and also meeting with partners. And it's also important to note that some of the challenges that we've identified, not only from the last 5 years or even before, has also helped us in support of the program. So for example, the climate change vulnerability assessment, the adaptation and the HAB engagement resources really came out of those discussions. And the supplemental funding that actually the headquarters was able to cobble enough together was a reflection of this, because we saw, and in coordination with Jennifer, is what are some of the needs out there? What are some of the immediate needs? And we found that as we identify these things, we try to support you even in small amounts that we can, because we have realized that these small funds can actually pay big dividends for these NEPs, for big and small projects. And we also do these program evaluations to connect other EPA program offices and other partners and colleagues to really expand the reach of this program. And of course, the products and approaches and lessons learned, some of which we've already covered in this in our discussion previously. So I will leave it here, and then I will give the floor to Jennifer to talk about some of our preliminary findings. As I stressed, this is very preliminary. We'll be working towards writing a draft, and then we'll be sharing this with Dwayne and the staff.
All right, thank you, Vince. All right, can you go to the, oh, I have it. Okay, thank you. All right, so one of the aspects of the program evaluation is reviewing, like Vince said, the challenges that were identified during the last PE. So one of the challenges that we identified in the previous PE was climate change and coastal resiliency. So since that time, the IRL NEP was involved in several strategies to incorporate their vulnerability assessment and adaptation into their work. So including, I just want to recognize, including a tech transfer by Dr. DeFries that he helped EPA out with during one of EPA's Watershed Academy sessions. So thank you for that as well. I appreciate that. So fully satisfied, appreciate that. And obviously climate change will, and vulnerability assessment adaptation, that will continue to be an ongoing challenge facing all NEPs. So we'll just continue to, move on and work to incorporate all those lessons learned into our work. As you recall, one of the other challenges that EPA identified for IRL NEP 5 years ago was a staffing analysis. I have to say, well done on that front. The program is continuing to grow, and that's from what we can see in large part is due to the leadership and the consensus that starts with you guys, that starts with the board. And I think we've all been talking about how this IRL NEP has evolved from 5 years ago when we were here. And obviously, when we were here 5 years ago, it evolved from 5 years from before that. So we fully support and we applaud the board for recognizing the need for the 3 community coordinators that will come on board in October. And again, just fully satisfied on that front as well. So well done and congratulations. And we're just so happy to see this NEP program continuing to grow and expand in the watershed. And the third challenge that was identified 5 years ago was the assessment and monitoring. We see this is growing, and we want to thank all the dedicated members of the STEM and those members who joined us on our site visits. We got to meet several of the STEM members over the past few days. And again, from what I've heard, where we are now versus where we are 5 years ago, we're in a good spot. And we just want to keep continuing to that momentum and continuing to get that data and to grow and to collect that data and to move forward. We're looking forward to receiving the habitat and the monitoring plan from NEP when we understand that is, currently still under development. And we've just have like a little side note here also that just in reviewing some of the quality assurance plans and working with some of our other science institutions, I think monitoring and assessment has paused due to COVID as well. So we're looking, hopefully we're on the back end of that. And so we're looking forward to seeing those efforts, picking back up again, and labs restarting and sampling restarting and all of those efforts. So great job on addressing the previous challenges that were identified. So that's what PEs are all about, addressing, looking at challenges, seeing where, some directions can be made to continue to make the program stronger. And I feel like we have a stronger program now. So, okay, next slide, please. Okay, so for this PE, here are some strengths that we identified this year, and we'll see if you guys agree. The first one that we really wanted to highlight was the strong and engaged partnerships that we witnessed this year. We really wanted to highlight partnerships this year because, like we've already said, the NEP, it feels different, it looks different from where it was 5 years ago. Not that it wasn't in a good place 5 years ago, but it feels stronger, it feels more cohesive, it feels more like, dare I say, one lagoon.
You have the t-shirt.
I do. I have the t-shirt now. Maybe that's what it is. We really want to highlight the engagement, like I said, the involvement, the cohesive nature. And, as we were talking, we really feel like this board, it really stems from y'all and how cohesive you guys work together. And as leaders, it all starts at the top. And if the leaders don't work well together, and if the leaders aren't weaving together, then it's not going to trickle down. And I think that could just be it. It could just be the difference. And so we really want to thank you so much. And I think that this could be just the number one strength of this PE this year for this cycle is this board. So thank you. And so moving on to number 2 is your leadership on the nutrients front. Y'all, it's been hit, it's been hard, but your leadership, your response on the nutrient issues facing the lagoon, from your role in monitoring for HABs and the projects, from tracking and your emergency response and coordination, we, EPA, we rely on your expertise and your availability to the public to serve, to respond, to answer. We rely on you, and thank you. And the number 3, strength, work plan, project management. Now, I thought about just putting a picture of Daniel here. But then I was like, oh, I don't know how he would feel about that. So 122 projects over the past 5 years. Is that about right? 122 projects. That is absolutely amazing. And so 65 of those projects are funded with EPA dollars. I can't do math. I tried. Let's see. 57, 122 minus 65. I think that's 57 projects that were made with leverage dollars, y'all's dollars and leverage dollars. That's amazing. So again, strengths. Board, you're responding to the public, the nutrients, you're active, shovels in the ground, you're going to get done, monitoring, you're working on it. You're moving in the right direction. And yeah, best in EP. So number 1. Headquarters, do you hear that? You hear it in the back. Okay, now let's go to the opportunities. What are we calling them now? Opportunities for improvement. So this is every PE, whether you're proficient or you're progressing towards proficiency, will always have opportunities for improvement. Okay, so this will be in every PE. So integrating the Jedi principles, we're all working towards this. So Jedi, again, is justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. The main point of this bullet here is to continue to include and engage, We see this as a big opportunity for the community coordinators, those 3 positions that are being hired, that are coming on board. And we already are seeing some of these principles being implemented, and especially, during our site visit in Indian River County at Jones Pier Restoration Site. That was such a gorgeous site, and I can't wait to see that site progress over time. So I can't wait to come back and visit it. And then our second opportunity is, again, looking forward to seeing how this also progresses, and this kind of circles back to KJ here, tracking CCMP progress in a public-facing way. We already see movement with this with KJ, and the board hiring her on as full-time, and hearing about her plans to demonstrate how each vital sign in the wheel, the CCMP wheel, how they're making progress, how the NEP is making progress in all those action plans included in each vital sign, and trying to be able to educate the public on the progress that the NEP is making. And next slide, please. Okay, so, the next steps is we go back, we write the letter, we send the letter to the NEP team for comment to see if they have any comments. And then, the EPA management will send it out for signature and send it to Dwayne, and you guys will get a copy of it. And it's pretty straightforward, and our timeline's pretty fast on that. I think it's approximately about 6 weeks, a month, something like that. So we just really want to thank the IRL NEP staff for putting together a very thorough PE package and site visit. And I did really want to, we would be remiss if we didn't say thank you to Kathy Hill, because we really did miss her on this site visit, and she was ill and she wasn't able to attend. And I know that she put in a lot of hard work, and so I hope you're listening, Kathy. Thank you so much for all your work, and thank you to everybody. So are there any other comments from the team? Come on up, please.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Uh-huh.
The last thing I wanted to say is, I think I stepped over this, and for the folks maybe just tuning in. So I'm Dwayne's contemporary in Santa Monica Bay in Los Angeles, California. So I wear the suit, but I also wear the boots in getting this job done. And Dwayne, everybody here deserves tremendous credit, but I can't say that it's been nothing but an outstanding effort on your part. And I think with that, we're here to try to address any questions that you may have.
Doug?
I got it. I've been a lobbyist for longer than most people in this peninsula. It goes back to '76. And I have entertained a lot of Washington types and bureaucratic types in my lifetime. And this group that came down to review us and to look at the lagoon was one of the most knowledgeable, sincere, bright groups I've ever been lucky enough to be around for a few days. And I really appreciate that, because this lagoon is our baby. We just love it. We can do this with your help. The lagoon, we still have a blank canvas up here of land all along the lagoon, unlike Dade and Broward County, that is all condos. We have the ability in the land and the buy-in that was mentioned earlier. We're just so lucky we have it. I represent ag, and every one of my board of directors has turned me completely loose to run this as hard as I can, because they live here. It's not a corporate place where you come into the city and leave it. Well, everybody that's involved with this lives here along the lagoon and sees it and breathes it and wants it to succeed. And to have a team that came down here was so refreshing, because I've chatted with all of you over the couple of dinners, starting at Mo Base and the Riverside. It's wonderful to see people that engaged and that knowledgeable to come help us, and I greatly appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Jeff?
I'll piggyback on that because you're exactly right. We get a lot of questions from the community. Somebody said it to begin with. We have problems, we want them solved. And the communities want them solved, last year. I wish it was that easy. Everybody in this room knows that it's not. But Jennifer, you went to great lengths to thank this council for leadership. I'll tell you what this trip did to me. I'm so glad that I came down yesterday and spent the day with all of you. For me, I can go back to my community and tell them that, yeah, it is one lagoon, but we have the EPA, the FWC, this NEP, the NEP from California, all working together for for the same results, to clean up the water. It is one lagoon, and I'm going to save part of what I wanted to say to the closing comments, but something that I learned yesterday. But it's really made me think, listening to what's happening in California, listening about NEPs all over the country. It's really one ocean, too. We're all affecting each other. Everything that we do here affects our neighbors somewhere else. And that's the story that I hear from our community. It's everybody's water. And the same, here's the concern in Volusia County, the same pressures that you feel in the lagoon are felt in our aquifer, in the water that we drink every day. The same things that are affecting the quality of water in the lagoon are affecting the quality of water that we drink. And what happens? So while you're evaluating them, Jennifer, I hope that you will consider making some recommendations to this council. Is that how can we serve them better? How can we serve our communities better? How can we speak better with one voice? I was thinking about that when Chuck was talking. I would love to have a monthly press release that all of us could take to our communities and speak with one voice and let people know these are the things that are happening, these are the concerns that we have, this is what you can do as a resident of Florida. But I'm not just saying this because I met all of you and I'm looking at you now, but it was so impressive to hear from each one of you and what you bring to the table. I know who these people are. They're amazing. And you're right, Jennifer, they have done amazing work just in the short time I've been here. But I am so encouraged to see the help from these agencies. I'll close with this. I've worked for 14 months to solve a flooding problem in my county. It involves 5 different agencies, and they haven't worked well together, and we're trying to correct that. That's not the issue here. We've got people from Tallahassee, DC, California, all working together because this is a serious, serious problem. It's like the canary in the coal mine, what's happening to our estuary and our water. So I just thank you, every one of you that came down to join this effort. This is the best evaluation that could possibly happen because it encourages all of us and it will encourage our community, at least in Volusia, because I'm taking it back and letting them know what I learned today. So thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else? Chris?
Sure. Okay. I hope I do this justice. The words that I'm hearing from the EPA, from my colleagues up here, it all starts with the citizens. Now, the citizens, we're an upside-down pyramid, and the citizens are the biggest part of that entire pyramid. And we here at the NEP and our staff is the small little point at the end, on the bottom of that pyramid, if you will. And it starts with the citizens, and it becomes an issue in which the citizens drive their local governments, which then drive their state governments, which drives the federal government. And it's an upward push. It's a grassroots, I wish it was Seagrasses, but nonetheless, I worked on that all night last night. Come on.
All right.
Thank you.
Good
Thank you
one.
very much. I'll be here all week. Try to deliver. But seriously, the whole process in which we gain everybody pulling on the same rope, if you will. It's the shared science. It's the 28 estuary, national estuary programs that share science across a nation. And I'm sure that we even have across the oceans where we reach out for help. As part of this conversation, we talked about, where's Tom? There he is. What did you say to me yesterday? I made a statement when we were sitting there talking, and I said, we're the best, forget the rest. And Tom turns around and says, it's about cooperation and competition. And we do that along the lagoon here amongst the counties. And it's actually helping us strive to make us even better. And so as part of this conversation, I want to talk about the strong foundation that this NEP is based on. It's come a very, very, very long way. And there was a period of time, and I'm glad you brought up the staffing analysis. Much of what happened here started with 3 people. 3 people in the CCMP in that process of building that foundation and getting us all to come together. And Dwayne's ability to speak to the elected officials here and above us to secure support, lobbying efforts, trying to gain cooperation and funding. All of those things are absolutely critical. And each of us in our counties have our own part to play in how we do our building and our planning departments and how we want to see our communities grow. We know we are under pressure. My county is probably growing as fast as any along the entire east coast of this lagoon. We're up to 335,000 people. Not even 10 years ago, it was about 180,000. So that pressure continues to build. So we, from a county perspective, get to talk to each other here, because we can't talk to each other outside because of the sunshine, but we get to share our conversations about how we can do better in our building and planning departments to secure STAs within larger developments, to help reduce and to avert discharges into our downstream water bodies. All of those are incredibly important. Let's see. Somebody had talked about how do we get the message out, and maybe we move into an area of podcasts. It's a new social science. It's a new social process by which we can have those conversations. And with the ability with the new Teams and the Zooms and the Blue Jeans and whatever else, that technology exists out there where all 28 NEPs can come together and have a conversation. Tom, we'd love to have you have a conversation with us about what you saw here and what we've done that has been successful, what you're doing where you are, and in the Northeast. Pick one. We all are under the same pressures. And so being able to share that and have that conversation and bring the public in, and again, they're the ones driving the bus. If it's not for the citizens, we're not successful. For those who go and they stand by the lagoon with their signs and save my children's future, save my lagoon, all of those things are incredibly important to drive the message for the people who are elected. And our agencies, South Florida, St. John's, you guys are incredible in helping us see the light and how we want to do things. The cooperation is just insane. And so for those looking in from outside, wanting to take a look at what we're trying to do, you've never seen a more cooperative entity in so many agencies, so many people. We've got five counties and 2 water districts up here, but they represent 1 million people that are along this lagoon, 2 million people that are concerned about this lagoon, 100 million people in this nation that want to make sure that this National Estuary program, or the National Estuary that is the Indian River Lagoon, stays the most diverse estuary in the country, if not the world. So that all being said, I just want to say that we are one lagoon. Here it goes. was doing so good. We are one lagoon, we're one focus, we're one heart, and we're one love. And it's because of that we are successful, and we're grateful to our citizens. I got it done.
Good job, Susan. That's
I don't
tough to
really,
follow.
no, I don't have anything that inspiring to say, but what I will say is I echo everything that's already been said. I mean, we have a great team. It's not just the board, it's the staff. Staff and what they do with, it's much bigger, as Jennifer pointed out, than it used to be, but what they do with the small staff that they have is, it's amazing. And the reputation that they've helped us build through this program, not only within our region, but within the state and within the nation. I mean, I can't say enough about that in such a small time. So I thank them very much for being in this position today. Evaluations are usually super scary, you know. They just are not fun. You don't really look forward to them, but I always look forward to this one because I have a blast. I learn so much from everybody that participates in it, and the sidebar conversations, the suggestions, the webcam, we're going to get that one done. It's fascinating. So, you know, I think sometimes we forget how far we've come in such a short time, and being able to pull back and look at it from your perspective really helps us, or helps me anyway, focus on what we have achieved, even though sometimes it feels like you're kind of jousting at windmills. We are achieving a lot more than we think about on a day-to-day. You get lost in the day-to-day, and so you can pull back and look at it, the bigger picture. So just the last thing, you know, without feedback, we can't really make changes, and I think we have been very focused on building our programs, which has been awesome, and funding projects and getting things done. And you're right, it's time to start transitioning into telling our story and making sure that while we know what's going on, you know, we need to be sure that the public understands, and then they become a part of it. And then we are building those next generations of conservationists, and we're instilling in the community what's important and those champions that we need to continue the longevity of the health of the lagoon. So the last thing I say is just, it's always a pleasure to have you guys here and host you. I hope when you come back in 5 years, you'll be able to visit some of the same projects you visited this time and see what has changed and see some new and fun projects that we've been able to work on in the past, or in the next upcoming 5 years. So thank you, always a pleasure. And like I said, the least scary evaluation we have to go through, so.
Very good, thank you.
Anyone else? I guess I get to be the last. So there's nothing I can say that hasn't already been said. I personally am just very impressed, and I think we all have the feeling that your presence here has been very, very special for us. As a group and as a region, you bring a group approach which provides tremendous knowledge. All of you folks bring a lot of outside knowledge. I don't think anybody knows more than Dwayne, but certainly you guys add an awful lot to that. We know that we're not facing these challenges alone. It's very good that we have you guys as partners. We have 27 other estuary programs that are partners. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're not out there in the wilderness trying to solve this all by ourselves. There's an awful lot of knowledge that's already been had, like in Chesapeake Bay and other places. But I think everybody understands how unique our situation is, because we're just such a long tributary that's not very deep and it has no flow. So that presents a lot of challenges that I don't think any of these other estuaries have. So we thank you for your presence, your insight, your cumulative studies that have gotten you where you are. Vince, Tom, Jennifer, Wade, Jeff, we all thank you for being here.
It was our pleasure, Kurt. Thank you very much. Thank you all. All right.
All righty. Before we move along, how about if we have a 5-minute break? I think some of the folks are ready
Mr.
for-
Chair, before you take that break, could you entertain a motion and we'll finish this agenda item?
Yeah, let's get a motion to accept the preliminary findings of the PE team, instruct staff to address any remaining issues that we may have, and share the final EPA letter with the board and management conference at the August meetings.
So moved.
We have a motion by Susan, second. Second by Chris. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, guys. Doug?
Yeah, just historically, this area hasn't been so friendly. If you look at the billboard over there, Sebastian, the home of 6 old grouches. So this is a new era of us getting along with each other.
Oh, man.
Well, it's funny. Funny you should say that, because I made a note here. It says, talk about longevity in history. Mr. Bernique has been here so long, he was here when Adam and Eve were picking fruit.
You'll pay for that one.
I've only been here since George Washington was cutting down the cherry tree. All right, let's take a 5-minute break.
With Paul Newman. He plays a judge, and he runs a court like, you know, you just got to see it.
I'll have to look
It's brief,
it up.
it's quick, the sentences are, you know, up or down.
Efficiency.
Is Doug saying he's going to be brief?
Yes.
Is that a promise? You have him on record?
No.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
before
sir.
you start the agenda, just wanted to let everybody know that Commissioner Hetherington, she's safe. She's, you know, towing her car back to Stewart, so she sends her apologies, but won't be able to join us.
Yeah, when we
started.
When we started the break, I thought, oh boy, she's not here yet. She's not having a good morning.
Yeah, I was worried, but I just got texted that she's with AAA and has a tow and, you know, heading back to Stewart. So I just wanted to let you know.
Good, thank you. Okay, so moving on to audit reports.
All right, so just want to remind you all that last year at this time, we changed gears and you asked us to put out a request for proposals, and I convened a new auditor selection committee, and we worked on that RFP, and we have a new auditor this cycle, Carr, Riggs, and Ingram, and they were very thorough, and I worked really hard with them. They started the process back in August of last year, doing the internal controls, kind of learning our whole system, but Yvonne and her team were a pleasure to work with, as well as Michael and his team. We all kind of worked really well, and I'm happy to report there were no findings. So I'll turn it over to Yvonne, and she can kind of walk you through it. Thank you.
I have the unenviable task of trying to entertain you with an audit presentation. So I'm Yvonne Claiborne. I'm an audit partner with Carr, Riggs, Ingram. Thank you. And I was the audit partner in charge of this engagement. You now have a paper copy. You received the electronic copy of the audit report, and we'll spend a little time going into there. There you go. All right, so it's the audit for the year ended September 30, 2021. In the audit world, we work in arrears. The audit reports begin on page, you're actually the components of your audit report package. There's generally 3 components of an audit report package: an introductory section, a financial section, that's the meat and potatoes, and then the compliance section, which is always the section with the reports that are required by government auditing standards and by the Florida Auditor General. Your introductory section is super easy. It's just your table of contents. With the financial section, again, that audit report, which we'll go over in just a second, that management's discussion and analysis, which includes some information. It's unaudited information because it does include some information that's looking forward. That's impossible for us to audit, so we're not required to provide an opinion on it. But we do look through and make sure there's nothing inconsistent in the information. That includes financial statement information that's inconsistent with the statements you're seeing. And then the required supplementary information for you, those are just your pension schedules and your other post-employment benefit schedules that give you kind of the 10-year trend data on those items. So your audit report is on page 3. It's an audit performed in accordance with U.S. auditing standards, but also with government auditing standards. That's what's required by Florida statutes. It's an unmodified opinion. We used to say unqualified. We now say unmodified, which means that in all material respects, the financial statements that you're seeing are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. You don't pay us to look at 100% of your transactions. You don't want us to look at 100% of your transactions because it's not beneficial from a cost standpoint. It would take us forever. We would never be meeting here. The financial statements, again, in all material respects, are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, which is good because, you know, paying for all that science takes money, and we want to make sure we're handling it correctly. All right, your statement of net position on page 11. That's full accrual accounting. And there'll be some standards changes that are going to be coming down the road at some point, but for those of you that have been in this business for a while, remember that government financial reports used to look significantly different than business financial reports, and there was a cry saying, you know, we're business people, we don't understand these statements, so we do these government-wide statements that are supposed to look more like business financial statements. But over the more recent years, they're going to look less and less like business financial statements, and it's going to even be less so. But at the crux of the matter is, these are full accrual. It has all the accruals of the payables. It has all the accruals of the receivables. Gives you an unrestricted net position of $1.5 million. What does that mean? In layman terms, that means if you were to take all the assets of the organization, liquidate it to cash, convert it to cash, pay all your bills, that's what you would be left with. But in terms for you, that means that that's what you have to make business decisions with going forward. And that unrestricted net position of 1.5, that also is after the funding of all the pension liabilities and the other post-employment benefit liabilities. And you got to remember that from a full accrual standpoint, those are liabilities that are not going to be paid with today's dollars. They're going to be paid with dollars down the road. So you look at that $1.5 million, and that's not what you're using for management purposes, but from a financial perspective, it does show the health of the organization. You have a restricted net position of $456,000. Those are dollars that have come in from a third-party source, in this case, the EPA, the specialty license plate revenue that has to be spent for a specific purpose. So that net pension liability that we talked about, that's really next to accounts payable. That's your largest liability. It decreased by about $363,000 this year. And that's all exciting until you remember that the pension liability is highly volatile as it's affected by the investment market. And in 2021, they had a robust return on the investments in the pension fund. And there's rules. They have these deferred inflows and outflows, and those deferred inflows and outflows under the accounting rules are designed to kind of calm the effect of those volatility in the market. So you'll see that if you look at, so you have this decrease of $363,000, but if you see the change in deferred outflows and deferred inflows, which are those numbers that are going to be amortized over the next 5 to 30 years, the net effect of all those increases were an increase of $368,000, but that basically offsets the decrease of $363,000. That's that calming effect that I was talking about. So all that boon from the 2021 market is going to sit in these deferred inflows and outflows and come out over time so that you're not getting hit all at once. The fund financial statements, those are the financial statements that you manage with. That's how you use your budgeting. You have an unrestricted, unassigned fund balance in the general fund of $1.8 million, which is an increase of $187,000. And we'll talk a little bit about this again when we talk about financial condition assessment, but you're in the unique position as this district, as your unrestricted, unassigned fund balance is really set aside for a specific purpose. So you want to see some money in there so that you have some cash flow in the event of interruption in cash flow from your other sources. So in the event that there is a weather event that prohibits or delays some income coming in, you want to have enough cash flow so that you can get through that point in time where everything gets caught back up. But at the same time, you have to balance that with the fact that I'm collecting money for a very specific purpose. I got to get it out there and get it into these projects and get these projects funded. So you're in a kind of a unique position there with that unrestricted, unassigned fund balance. You don't want to spend it down to zero because you do want to have that cash flow reserve, but you do have an opportunity to look at how you're going to fund some projects because you do have some additional resources. And again, we have that $456,000 related to the license plate revenue. There was a change in the application of the accounting principle. We did have a discussion with your former auditors, just kind of a slight philosophy difference in terms of how to apply the revenue recognition accounting standards as it applies to the money that's coming in from the member counties and the member associations or member agencies. In prior years, that money that had come in prior to September 30 that was looking forward to was for the year, because it's billed for fiscal year '22 was billed in fiscal year '21. Did I say that right? Okay, so some of that money is collected prior to year end. In the past, that had been shown as deferred revenue. As we talked about it with your staff and with your outside accounting firm, that money, when it comes in, it's unrestricted. That's part of why you have $1.8 million in unrestricted fund balance, because you're not required to turn it back in. You're not required to say, you know, when you have that cash, you can start spending it right then. So our interpretation of the accounting principle as that applies is it's not restricted. You can recognize that revenue as soon as you receive the cash. So you'll see a kind of 1 year bump, and then it'll even itself out next year. Again, it was a change in an application of an accounting principle. Nothing wrong with what you did in the past. It's just kind of a change in philosophy. And that's why there's no finding, there's no prior period restatement. You know, we didn't get any pushback from your prior auditors. They agreed that it was just a difference in opinion. Okay. For your financial condition assessment, we used the template that's provided by the Auditor General, and I'm going to emphasize that because it really doesn't lend itself to give you a good, it's not all of the metrics that are used in that don't really apply to the IRL Council. And in fact, there's a lot of that were like NAs because you don't have a proprietary fund. You don't have user fees. Of the ones that did apply, there were 3 favorable, 7 inconclusive, and 3 unfavorable. Overall, it's inconclusive. You know, part of what we want to point out is, and I kind of included one of the metrics and the benchmarks, you can see where it kind of goes up and down. Well, that goes back to what I was telling you. Your unrestricted fund balance is based on those member contributions. You're using that to fund projects. So you're not expected to see a steady increase in that. You're going to have volatility in that number simply because of the timing of when you're funding projects. So this is going to be one of those ones that as long as you're not leaning towards unfavorable on the metrics that do matter, you're probably going to sit in the inconclusive realm under this template, and that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The control and compliance reports, starting on page 45, we gain an understanding of your internal controls just for planning and performing audit procedures. We're not going to give you an opinion, but if we see something, we're going to say something. There were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, no instances of non-compliance with laws, regulations, contracts, or grants. The Auditor General rules start on page 47. There were some additional reporting requirements required by the Florida statutes this year related to special districts. You'll see that in that report. You did have a prior year comment related to accruals, and that was resolved in the current year. And there were no current year comments that required reporting in the standards. There were some verbal comments that we gave to management, and as the governing board, we're required to kind of let you know that there were some verbal comments. The verbal comments were really more about, you know, there's key controls in place, but if they're not documented, we can't audit them. So if we can't audit it, we look to see if there are other controls in place that kind of what we call mitigating controls. And in this case, an example is documented review of a bank reconciliation. Well, if it's not documented, we can't say it got completed, even though we get some comfort from talking to people that it is getting done. But you do have the mitigating control of those reports being provided to staff on a monthly basis, and they're reviewing it and they're looking over these bank reconciliations, so we know they're getting looked at. So we just made a verbal recommendation, you know what, just do something so that you have an email that sends back to between somebody saying, I reviewed the bank rec, so that we can at least say that key control is functioning as intended. So those were the kind of comments that we had verbally with staff, and it's really just a matter of documentation. All right. And then the page 50, again, that's where we're required to test your compliance with investment policies, and there were no instances of non-compliance there. You'll notice today you also received a letter in addition to the audit report. It's called a required communications letter. This is a gentle reminder. You don't see us during the audit process. 1 or 2 of you may have spoken to us during the audit process. This is kind of a general reminder that we work for you, even though we work with staff. So this is an outline of what your responsibilities are, what our responsibilities were, and in the back of it is a copy of the management representation letter that your staff provided to us at the end of the audit that, outlines those representations that were made to us. And again, your staff was wonderful to work with. This was a pleasure to work on this audit. You always have the opportunity to reach out to us. If you have any questions, if you have any concerns, and again, on a rotating basis, you're going to hear from us. We spoke with, Chair Smith this year. In terms of our risk assessment process, we're required to speak with at least one member of the governing board. So we're kind of rotate that out. But again, that doesn't preclude you from reaching out and saying, I just don't have a warm and fuzzy about this. Can you look at this? Or what do you see about that? And the last thing I want to exit with, there are some change in the professional standards. So during the planning process or in your engagement letter for next year, there will be some language in there that talks about what we do in response to a fraud risk. For years now, the professional standards have a presumed fraud risk related to revenue recognition. It's not to say anybody does anything wrong. We've all been looking at revenue recognition as a fraud risk as auditors for 10 years because the audit standards require us to do so. Next year, we actually have to put that in writing. So you'll see that, it talks about an audit risk related to fraud, and it'll say revenue recognition is a presumed fraud risk, or there's a fraud risk related to revenue recognition. That's not to say we found anything, that we think we're going to find anything. That's just professional standards language that we're required to provide. So I'm kind of giving you the heads up because it's very alarming when they change language like that. And so I didn't want you to think that that was anything other than that's just required now what we have to say. With that, I'll entertain any questions.
No one has any questions?
Not a question, but we probably should have warned them before they got in how complicated our system and our, our agency is. Because it's a different animal by anything you've probably done in the past, so.
It is. And we look at our firm, I think by comparison to others, especially firms our size, we're in in the top 25 largest firms in the United States. But we do a lot of work related to information technology general controls, more so than you've probably gotten in the past. And so that was part of, when Daniel said we were very thorough, we really kind of beat him up on those information technology general controls.
I got all those bandages back to him.
But I think that your team really stepped up to the plate. And I think the other area we kind of hit harder than most is we really did put a heavy focus on revenue. And I think that, so I think that they stepped up, and again, we learned a lot. And, SDS had to step up and provide some what they call service organization reports, and those aren't easy to get their hands on. So I'm real proud of your team.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Thanks.
And thank Dan, too, for all that you've done. She couldn't have done what she did without your help. Okay, do I have a motion to accept the audit report?
So moved. Or second.
Let's say Susan made the motion. and Doug seconded the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, now, letter C. We don't have Kathy here, so Dan, you're up.
Yeah, filling in for Kathy today. So I think in front of you should be a large paper showing you how the rankings for the small grants fell out. You can see a bunch of them highlighted in green here on the screen, as well as a couple in a dark gray, and then at the bottom a light gray. The light gray is where kind of the money runs out. Those two dark gray, what happened was the CAC instituted in their last application a restriction that only one submittal could be done by each entity. So there was two submittals from these entities listed here. Well, there was a glitch, and this is kind of what Dwayne alluded to before. The second project, that's virtual reality oyster reef exploration, was submitted by UCF on behalf of MDC, Marine Discovery Center, without their knowledge. So we just said, well, there's 2 for them, whichever one's the highest will be the one funded. And we let them know that this was the project that was going to be funded based on this ranking. And when we spoke with them, I guess they were out in the field doing some restoration efforts, and one of the donors or one of the volunteers heard the whole conversation and said, well, how much is that project? We'll just give you the money for it. So the first dark gray, that engaging the community, is funded through a local donor, which is really nice. So they decided to go ahead and fund this effort with number 2. And as you see it, the money runs out with number 6, and seems to be a win-win for everybody.
Awesome.
Outstanding.
Yeah. And if you have any questions on any of these projects, I'll be happy to entertain them at this point.
Any questions? No questions.
No, but you need a motion.
Yes, we do.
I would be happy to make a motion to accept the RLNEP Management Conference recommendations, approve the final ranked list of proposals, and fund the top proposals contingent and consistent with available funds and budgetary authority. Authorize staff to negotiate and enter into contract agreements with those applicants. It's a very long motion, but that is it.
Couldn't have said it better myself. We have a motion to approve by Susan made the motion. Chris made the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Moving on to Bipartisan Congressional Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Law, the BIL.
Could you put up the slide, please? If you remember, at our last meeting, we talked a lot about the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Law. And what we're going to do now is we're going to have a fair number of slides, but it should go quickly. We've got 5 motions related to this issue. The last 2 will be related to the budget portion of this issue. So I want to give you an update on where we are, how our RFP and RFQ process, which you authorized at our last meeting, went, and give you a sense of where we're heading looking forward. And so just to kind of go back on where we started, back at the beginning of the year. And I want to mention, as I start, a big thank you to Rich Innes, who represents us at the Association of National Estuary Programs. Having a $132 million line item in this over $1 trillion bill, for such a small program like an NEP, that was a heavy lift, and one that was well over a year in the making. And Rich represented all the NEPs in Washington, made sure we held. So we had $132 million identified to the National Estuary Program, which is $26.4 million annually. And the language of the law allows the EPA administrator to waive or reduce the required non-federal share and can take up to 3% in administrative fees. And so we were moving forward both on the written intent of the law. Back then we were just estimating a little higher number, and we had EPA has confirmed that we will receive $909,800 each year for the next 5 years, which is 4.549 over the next 5. And so we began, after we saw you, a process of asking these questions. Number 1, let's look at this not as an annual 5-year revenue stream, but let's look at the 5 years as a unique opportunity, a one-time opportunity for infrastructure funding from Congress. We're not going to see this again in all likelihood, so we wanted to look at the 5-year context. And the other question we asked is, how can we make decisions now, looking across the 5-year span, so when we're looking back 5 years from now, we can say we didn't make decisions kind of incrementally, project by project, but we actually had a strategy to really leverage this moment to benefit our program in a way that we might not reach had we not had these dollars. And so, back then we were thinking these were the directions from EPA, although we did not have a formal programmatic guidance. And of course, with your support and with staff's recommendation, we jumped ahead. We all knew that going in, that we were running ahead of EPA, programmatic guidance on this, but we didn't want to wait because both Congress and the EPA was, saying these are $22. Let's get this money to the ground. Let's identify some projects. Let's move forward. And so we had talked about this, justice, equity, diversity, inclusion issue in a little different sense back then, but we knew it was going to be a priority coming into the door as we looked at climate change, nutrients, and all the other criteria that we address on a normal basis. And then back in April, we had an executive order from the president that created a new initiative called Justice 40. And of course, that initiative was an instruction across the federal agencies from the Oval Office to start looking at trying to take 40% of the benefits or the dollars, in infrastructure and have those inure to the benefit of, unrepresented or poorly represented communities, poor communities, those what we're now calling Jedi communities. And so we see this as a great opportunity, but we're not quite ready to move forward because the EPA is still working really quickly and diligently trying to address how does this actually step down to us, with a criteria that we can then meet and match. And I'm going to look back at Jennifer. She has been sitting on a working group, asking that question. What is, and I'll just call it J40. What does J40 look as we roll out to 28 very diverse national estuary programs with very different socioeconomic and environmental needs? And it's not an easy question to answer. So what I'm going to show you now is where we recommend as staff that we move forward to move the things we know we want and the things we can move now in a big way. And then we're going to have to hold back a decision here today till August until we get this guidance from the EPA. So I want to show you what that looks like. And so if we assume 40% of revenue, which is the easiest way, and probably I think the most straightforward way to account for benefit, then we would be looking at about 1.8 million moving to those J40 type projects. We've already got a few of those kind of in the pipeline, including in the RFP, but we anticipate that if we move forward, we'll probably need to be looking at another RFP that's very specifically addressed based on not only the criteria, but also a definition of a Jedi community. So we're going out very clearly to an audience in need to make sure we get the best benefits. And so this is the big picture. So we have all talked, and you heard Chuck talk about it. Those of you who were with us yesterday at Harbor Branch, we know a critical need for the Indian River Lagoon is going to be building capacity for seagrass restoration, not just projects, but having seagrasses in cultivation ready to replant when and where we can, knowing that we're not going to replant our way through this problem, but by planting, we may be able to accelerate the restoration and recovery effort. We do not have that infrastructure in place. And so the RFQ I'm going to talk about in a minute addressed the need to identify qualified applicants and vendors to begin to build that capacity. And so what we're recommending as staff is to make a commitment today that we are going to earmark basically $2.5 million over the next 5 years to that capacity building effort. And in fact, Todd was here from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We are not making this decision in the vacuum. We've been talking to FWC, DEP, the water management districts. And I don't want to make any illusion here. This is a, high investment, high risk. We know that growing seagrasses replanting is going to be a challenge. We also know that we need to take on that challenge and learn along the way. And so we'll have, projects and programs going. But, if we knew 100% what to do and how to do it right, if we don't have the plants to plant, we're stuck. And so that's commitment number one that you'll see in one of the motions coming. Another motion we're going to ask, which was part of the change in the agenda, is to hold back the remaining funds until August, until we get guidance from the EPA on the J40 directive, and how they want us to apply for the work plan guidance. And also in this, and this is the beauty of having, additional dollars, that you can start to move projects to different categories. And so I'm going to have Dan, we're going to take you into the weeds a little bit at the end of this section to show you what these budgets might look like moving all the way to 2026. But by looking forward, we can allocate some money for research on herbicide impacts on seagrasses, an issue that's very hot and concerning with the public, and we know there's some opportunities for applied research there. Updating the 2016 economic study, which we've already talked to you about. Almost every budget year, we've talked about the need to address that, and so we would have $200,000 available for that. And then to have a line item that we're going to hold, which we will have to move through in discussions with the St. Johns River Water Management District. But you all probably remember that back in 16 and 17, we did a fairly comprehensive deep dive on stormwater capture and treatment. And 40 projects were evaluated, 9 recommendations were made. It was well over $1 billion of projects. They were really large regional type projects. And so we thought, let's see if we can't budget in this long view $250,000. And should St. John's want to move to a design build, that we already have pre-anticipated that opportunity. If we don't use it, that money will be available. But if we do have the opportunity to move forward, we've already pre-thought that strategy, in this 5-year approach. So I want to talk about bill funding, which will be agenda item 10D1. So this would be our fiscal year work plan, just in its simplest form. And if you remember at the last meeting, we had recommended 6 projects in 5 counties that we were ready, even back in February, to move forward to utilize some of that infrastructure money. And so we are going to stick to that commitment. It's $500,000, 6 projects. One of the few times we made a staff recommendation to you, which you agreed with us on. We thought it was a good idea last time, that with one-time money, it would be nice to, send a little money to all 5 counties. And we had really good projects already through competitive review. So you can see these 6 projects in the 5 counties, accounting for $500,000 in projected expenditure, and $409,800, which would be allocated in this fiscal year. This is fiscal year 2022, and that would be allocated to the seagrass restoration capacity. So the requested action is to review and adopt staff recommendations for the fiscal year 2022 bill funding, these allocations I just showed you, authorize staff to develop and submit the 2022 EPA bill work plan, and recognize that is, allowing us to put that forward. We may go back and forth a little bit because EPA still has not given us the exact guidance, but we will take what we have and submit it to EPA as a preliminary work plan for the fiscal year 22. which would then secure 2022 on our commitment to expenditures. And then we would revise our 2022 budget as necessary, and Dan's going to address that today, and revise the FY 2022 business plan accordingly. So that's the requested motion, Mr. Chair, and I'd love to take some questions if you have them.
Seeing no questions, do we have a motion to approve?
I was just going to say the J40, that's of great interest to me, and I just really want to be able to be part of the conversation offline to understand how that's going to be identified, because if we look at each county has a different makeup, and whether it's, when you take a look at the whole, we may not be accepting of funding for something because it's not really targeted to a neighborhood per se. And so that's the challenge that I have, because I have specifically in the county several areas in the county that are diverse and in need of funding for certain stormwater projects and so on and so forth. But it doesn't fit the bigger gamut of what I understand so far. So I just like to be a part of that conversation as that goes forward.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up in the next step, but I'm glad you brought it up now. Between now and August, when we meet again, you know, we're going to have to, if this moves the way we think it will, and it's a great opportunity, but we have some challenging definitions in order to even deliver a very clear and coherent and equitable RFP if we're going to focus on J40 type communities. So what communities, you know, meet those standards? EPA is working, you know, really diligently, you know, on those definitions as well, and, you know, and they have some tools to help us. But we have been in discussions with EPA that, you know, we have unique circumstances, you know, that you want to make sure that if you're going to go this route, that those dollars and the RFP, you know, gets to the communities in need so they all have an opportunity to compete, and that we have a process in place. And it's my hope that we can get clarity on that process and the EPA policy directive before August. But the good news is the dollars, as they were dedicated and appropriated in the bill, are to be, you know, available until used is the exact language in the bill language. And so if we find ourselves in August not comfortable moving forward with the allocation on J40, we can push those dollars forward into a next fiscal year. I'm hoping we can get those answers clarified and positioned so we can start getting money to the ground. Because, you know, the congressional interest is going to be, you know, you had 132 million, you know, I'm sure within some time in the fall, you know, sequence of timeline, I'm going to get a, you know, congressional delegate say, you know, how are you using those dollars? And what we don't want to say is, well, we haven't figured it out yet. You know, we don't want those dollars sitting in a bank account and not having, you know, movement to projects. So I'm going to need your, not only help from you representing the counties, but I'm going to need some help because we're going to need to talk to the cities, and we may have to go out and kind of really talk to some of these communities to make sure we understand in a broader sense how to best allocate and position these potentially available funds.
Well, that's what I wanted to say is, you know, each of our counties can find a pocket in which, you know, we're directly located toward the lagoon specific. And so, you know, maybe from the EPA standpoint, the global view is here, but to be able to see the you know, the upfront neighborhood view, we can provide that information a lot better. And I think each of us representing counties would make ourselves available to have that conversation with EPA to say, you know, take a look at what we're looking at here in these particular neighborhoods and why. And maybe that'll help to foster conversation and definition that might be more appropriate to funding sources.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think this is going to be kind of a directive that goes two ways. We don't need to wait for EPA's full guidance to start having this discussion about what do we think. And actually, KJ has already done some GIS mapping, on economic distribution through the, 7-county watershed. And so, we have a starting point. There are some metrics in the state of Florida, in identifying, communities. We've got the READY program within the Water Management District that looks at rural, agricultural areas. And so we're going to need to put that together in a strategy. And this is why in a minute you'll see why we're modifying one of the motions, because we're going to need to hold a little bit and then think really carefully about how best to use this money. One last thing I want to say is one of the opportunities that EPA gave us during this PE evaluation was actually, looking at Jedi communities and diversity. So these funds just made taking action on this, possible, which is the beauty of having, directed infrastructure dollars. We can make a lot of changes. So I forgot, did we take a motion on this one?
No, you read what you wanted the motion to be, so my question is, does the motion as you read it
Yes, that motion stands exactly as is, because we'll address this.
Okay, very good. So we need that motion made.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Jeff. Anyone second? Susan seconds it. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next item is 10D2, and this is looking specifically at that seagrass restoration capacity component. Slide. Going to have this, there we go. And so we had an RFQ that we released, and I want to just say thank you to Dan and the whole staff. We basically put an RFP and an RFQ together, put it on the street, had responders come in, had our volunteer teams from our management conference review all of those proposals, rank the proposals, and prepare that ranking for your review today in 90 days. And that was a yeoman's effort. So Dan, I really appreciate how you shepherd that, but also, anybody listening and to those management conference volunteers, we appreciate their willingness to work in that tight timeline. But we had 5 responders to the RFQ. They were all deemed to be qualified applicants. And so we are going to move in this process. It's a little different than what most of us are used to. Typically with an RFQ, we would then, once you give me authorization, move to negotiate a scope of work and contract with each. We're going to do this a little differently because we are building a capacity that will be lagoon-wide. We are going to bring, if you move this next agenda item, all of these 5 responders into a conversation together about what do these 5 seagrass capacity organizations, what do they want to do, what are they capable of doing, and how do they see the next 5 years moving forward. And they're going to see each of their roles and responsibilities, which may be different. And then we're going to package that and then negotiate the terms of our contract with each of them. And part of the terms of that contract is going to be that they are going to be coordinating together pursuant to contract over the next 5 years. That the annual commitment of funds will be contingent on moving forward year to year through that $2.5 million commitment. And that we will be bringing other entities, because we have other players in this space around the state of Florida. We have FWC, the water management districts. We are really going to try to use this 5-year opportunity from the EPA to create the foundation for a community of seagrass restoration that sustains itself beyond the 5 years of the bill funding. And so in this next 5 years, part of this challenge is going to be finding other dollars to do some of the really big work. Because you can imagine 2.5 million, 5 vendors, 5 years. You know, we just provided seed funding, but we're not even close to the kind of economic investment we're going to need to make a viable business case out of this. But we think by doing this, we will be very competitive at the federal level, and also allow each of these private sector nonprofits to go out and solicit donations from the philanthropic world. So the next agenda item is this. We're requesting that your review of this RFQ, which we've just done, accept the recommended vendor list, authorize staff to negotiate and enter into service contracts, and these would be 5-year contracts with the recommended vendors, and performance is going to be reviewed in those contracts every year. And so this isn't going to be a guarantee of funding. You know, if we have a year and we have somebody who's not delivering on this contract, there will be no obligation to continue if they're not delivering based on the service contract that we deliver. So, Mr. Chair, that's the recommended staff position on this requested action.
Thank you, Doctor. Do we have a motion?
Move approval, staff recommendation, action.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sadowski. We have a second by Commissioner Adams. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Well, congratulations, board. We've just entered into the sidegrass business, you know, in the marine world. And I think this is going to be exciting. We know it's high risk, but it's high reward. And in August, I'm actually going to bring some data, on where we are so far with some of the pilot studies. I'm putting that together right now. Item number 10D3, and this is where we begin to look forward. This is going to look at the bipartisan infrastructure law funding, the request for proposals. And I'm going to bring Dan up to take you through the request for proposals, but I am going to take you kind of to the back end so you can see where this is going. That once you go through that adopted list, we have revised the requested action that was in the agenda, which was to review and adopt that list and then authorize staff to negotiate into contracts. We have stricken the language about moving forward to contracts. You would just adopt this list as is, and then table any further discussions on that project list until we get the clear guidance from EPA, and then we bring a strategy back, both a financial and programmatic strategy, in August. So Dan, I'm going to have you come back and go through the RFP.
So this was the second half of the 2 competitive procurements that we put out in response to the bill funding. This is the RFP. And so here's the list in front of you showing that we received 10 projects, 3 at the bottom ranked ineligible for funding. Like Dwayne said, we want to hold on any decisions on funding on these until we kind of have a clearer picture of how they may apply to Justice 40 as well as cash flow through the 5 years, which I'm going to kind of jump into after this this agenda item to kind of show you why we think we need to just hold off just for a second to look at how cash flow works through these projects. But we have identified a couple that may fit that Justice 40 already, so that's something we're going to discuss as we get into August. So the first project was University of Central Florida's Mosquito Lagoon. They've been doing that for quite some time now, so it's just a 5-year project, and there is some opportunity for engaging Jedi communities with that restoration efforts. Same one with the St. Lucie County. That's a Sheridan stormwater treatment area design and engineering build, and that's in a pretty disadvantaged community, so that has some Jedi opportunity. Riverside Conservancy was a 100-acre wetland acquisition, as well as doing some infrastructure and living shorelines along that area. Town of Sewell's Point was for a big stormwater phase 3 point project, and Indian River County had Round Islands septic to sewer conversions. Indian River County also had Floravon Shores water quality septic to sewer, and then Sea and Shorelines large-scale multi-phase restoration. Now that large number you see, there is some crossover in that RFQ, so if we get to that project at any point, there would be some significant negotiations with the terms of that contract. But at this point, we just want to ask that you go ahead and just approve the list.
Okay, we need a motion to adopt the RFP recommended project list.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sadowski. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
All right, so as part of that, I'm going to dive a little deeper and kind of give you the framework that we discussed on this 5-year plan for the funds and how it plays out throughout the entire sources of funds, because we don't juggle just local cost share or EPA bill money. We also have the 320 plan and local the license plate funding. So there's a ton of different funding opportunities, and by putting together a framework, we're able to see the picture a little bit bigger, and as needs arise throughout the whole 5-year plan, make adjustments to that agenda. And so part of it is going to be going into this fiscal year 2022 amended budget. So here's just kind of showing you the revenue, and the big takeaway here is obviously the bill funding is a huge jump at 909,800 over the 5-year period. The Section 320, this is current for 22, is at 700. We know fiscal year 2023 is going to be at 750. However, beyond that, we don't know because the year-to-year appropriations are differently. So we just estimate it at this point. It could be, and Dwayne's going to have some news, and I don't want to steal his thunder, it could be higher in the coming years. Those fund balance restricted is fiscal year 2020 audited. So I just got the report from Yvonne for 2021, so I will have to adjust those numbers based on the reconciliation of that audit fund balance that she presented to you all earlier. As we get to our expenses, this is kind of, I parsed it out by funding source. So this is mostly from all of the local cost share that you all bring to the table every year, as well as the license plate funds. I rolled up all our admin, salaries, services, administrative costs, facilities costs, all into one portion, and that's that top line. The big takeaway here is that the jump that you see in this from 22 to 23 is that additional staff that we approved back in November. Those numbers in water quality, that's from the RFPs that we go through every February and issue in the fall. Those are actual numbers for both 22 and 23 based on the numbers that we provided in projects, as well as those reallocations of projects to the 2022 bill fund. So originally in 22, that number was a little bit higher, but as we pulled some money to go to bill projects, that came down, and that money is actually going into our fund balance end of year to go forward, and I'll kind of describe that in the resolutions for the budget. You could also see we have a science and innovation, what we're estimating in 2024, and the economic study possibly, but we can move those through those 5-year period depending on priority and shifting changes that we may need. As we get to our 320 work plan, these are just the detailed line items throughout the work plan. Again, for 22 and 23, we kind of can shift money around as we need to see fit. We might have a priority arise that doesn't fit those line items that we currently have, but at least having this framework, we're easily adaptable to change. And then you can see there the $100,000 for the seagrass study. So a few of these line items are actually going to end. They were the 5-year projects that we had back in 2020, and they're actually slated to end in 2024. So we can see as we get to that point how we may need to move these forward. And then last is the bill fund work plan. So you can see 2022, we have that $500,000 reallocated through those 6 projects, the seagrass, and you can kind of see how it's going to go out over the future years. You can see also the design and build with St. John's Water Management District, and then you can see planning this out as we have it, even at the end of 5 years with the fund balance, we still have some money left over. So we're not going to, at any point, dip into the red. Everything can be funded as is right now. So it's just kind of a really deep dive, but it shows you we're thinking about a framework to use these funds over the 5-year period. And that's going to lead me to this 2022 budget amendment. And so this is the new amendment that we have. And I'll kind of just highlight the notes. Here's a comparison between the prior budget amendment and the new one. And the main changes is obviously we're bringing that federal infrastructure money in, so adding $909,800 to our revenue. There's some changes in the other expenditures line item, and I'm just going to kind of tell you what those were. They comprise the strategic program of $633,781. That's a reduction of $300,000, but that's because of that reallocation between funding sources to the bill work plan. The 320 work plan, no change. The external grant from FDEP with GeoCollaborate, that's still no change. We're bringing in the work plan for bill work plan, but that also includes $200,000 from prior fiscal years. So not just $300,000 of fiscal year 2022 projects, but $200,000 from prior fiscal years that are actually going to be coming forward in the bottom line item you see there, fund balance beginning of year. Our unplanned contingency reserve will now be $20,000, and I'm pulling $500,000 out of that to go into the fund balance end of year to push forward into 2023 projects. And so you can see the total expenditures only is the same adjustment to other expenditures. I just tried to explain the fund balance beginning of year. That's really just because we're bringing projects from prior fiscal year forward, and then fund balance end of year, we're pushing all that money from the reallocations into next year. And that's it. And I'll entertain any questions on the 2022 budget amendment if you have any.
Okay, seeing no questions. Between the previous action, did we have to do anything special on the table? Did we need a motion on that table?
No, we're set now on, so coming into these two budget issues, we're totally set. So there's nothing we need to do additionally. By Florida statute, we need to have the final budget, which will be your next action. And all this does is amends the 22, so we were solid with that allocation that you just made through the bill. So we're good.
Okay, so we need a motion to review and adopt the amended budget for FY 2022 by resolution 2022-02 pursuant to Florida statutes.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Zadowski, a second by Commissioner Adams. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Okay. And then lastly, we have the fiscal year 2023 final budget. Wait for the slides to come up. So this is what our final budget that we're proposing at this time for fiscal year 2023. There were no changes to salaries or benefit, facility expenses, administrative costs, or administrative services. There were some slight changes to revenue, and I'll show you the change there, as well as other expenditures and to the fund balance at end of year and beginning of year. And so again, minor accounting issues. The first one, back in February, we had estimated 914 before we got that 909,800 number in March from EPA. So I had to just reduce that projected revenue down by 4,200. As we bring money forward from fiscal year 2022, it's going to increase our other expenditures. And you see that reflected by that increase of $395,800. The total expenditures is completely reflective of the increase in other expenditures. And then the fund balance change is because we're increasing by that reallocation in 2022. We're bringing that $500,000 into 23. And then the fund balance end of year is because one of those projects was restricted. And so that total is a restricted license plate amount that you see at the end of year. And that's the only changes.
Okay, any questions? Okay, we need a motion to review and adopt the final budget for FY 2023 by resolution 2022-03 pursuant to Florida statutes.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Adams, a second by Commissioner Zadowski. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, now we'll move into staff reports.
Hi, everybody. It's gotten a lot
Kathy, you've
easier.
changed.
Huh? I
Kathy,
know.
you've changed.
Got a little younger. It's gotten a lot easier to talk in front of you guys since I spent the week with a lot of y'all. So I'm just going to go over kind of the communications report for Kathy. So we have 4 new 15-second video ads that are now available on our YouTube page. But basically, they're going to show up along the 5 counties, along the IRL, as like kind of the YouTube pop-ups, the little ads before you watch a video. So we have one about how to handle an injured animal, don't dump hazardous materials into the IRL, the catch and release program, as well as using rain barrels instead of water source. The one with the fishing is my favorite. So this was the top performing post on Facebook. What is it? And then this was the top performing post on Instagram. We're still hitting a demographic of more men, which I find kind of surprising because I feel like more women use Instagram, but maybe that's a generalization. And we're also hitting a younger age range, so we're hitting that 35 to 40-year-old range. This was our top performing Twitter tweet. And then now we're getting more into the license plate update. So we're still in the process of developing a marketing plan with ideas. And what was it? We're going to be mailing out postcards to everybody who held the old IRL plate so that they know that we have a new one coming out. We're still in the process of the plate buyback. So it's going to be approximately $22,000 to buy back those old plates, but it could be lower depending on how much stock we sell between when we get it back. We've had some interest from some of the management board about having the old plates as a souvenir. FDOT's not too keen on that, but we'll see what can happen. But yeah, I think that is my update for this report.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
No questions.
Cool.
Thank you. Front and center. Dan, we haven't seen you before. How you been?
Yeah, I know. Long time, right? All right. Luckily, I have a pretty short report for you all today on projects. At the end of, that should say quarter 2, but we have 36 projects still in progress. 1 project finished during quarter 2. Actually, I had a second one just in a couple days ago, but I'll bring that to you next time so we can talk about that one. But the one that did end, it was the State Lagoon Technical Report, year 2. Remember, this is a 4 to 5 year process, and that's going to really help inform us as we do our CCMP update in 2025. So the year 2, the portion that they finished, looked at revising the draft introduction of that report. They completed the data acquisition and processing efforts for pollution, pressures, climate change, and biological indicators. And it was a huge report. So I just kind of grabbed 3 maps that I thought might be kind of interesting to y'all to see, what kind of efforts they did and how it can be displayed visually to our readers. So the first one's, land use in 2070, just one type of scenario. There's several of them. High-risk septic tanks throughout the watershed, and of course sewage spills in the watershed over the last 5 years. So kind of just some of this stuff. There was hundreds and hundreds of different maps and graphs, and this is just a little portion of it. But we're going to be speaking with this contractor probably next week, kind of looking at the years to come and how we can help get that to the point that's going to be informative for the 2025 CCM update. And that's all I have. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you. That's interesting. I especially like the high-risk septic tanks.
I'm going to keep this brief as well. CCMP documentation is really important, so we're building some depth to a CCMP. It's kind of hard to believe that we're going to be updating just in 2025. It seems like we just finished it, but we've had a number of what we call concurrence documents. The first I want to speak to is that first bullet. The strategy for financing the CCMP is already being widely used. The fact that we put a number on the table and a target is as powerful as we hoped it would be. people are not shocked that we're in the billions of dollars, but it is a reality check to see it, in press, that if you want to get to $5 billion over 20 years, you're talking $250 million a year. And in fact, we know people are reading it because our representative from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service actually referred to a $200 million check that they're going to be bringing to us every year. So I'm really excited about that. I want to thank the EPA a lot. So they do a pretty heavy review of these. And so both the strategy for financing and the communication plan that Kathy put together, all reviewed by the management conference, have now been certified. So they are official and certified by the EPA. We have been working really hard for a number of years on that habitat restoration plan. You can imagine how in-depth that gets when you look at multiple habitats. Tetra Tech has been our contractor on that. As of just the last 2 days, they have completed what they can on the recommended edits and revisions to the draft. So we're at a almost final draft stage. We are going to complete that contract and pay them off, and then staff is going to carry that ball the rest of the way, because what needs to be addressed now really needs to be from an internal, high-level technical, view of, do each of these chapters, get to the place we want where somebody can actually use this document. But I want to thank Tetra Tech. They have done a yeoman's lift putting all of this information together, and the dozens and dozens of scientific and citizen comments that have come through that. Also this week, Dr. Dennis Hanasak, who's been running the contract for our One Lagoon monitoring plan, has submitted the preliminary draft. It is a whopper. It's 500 pages with the appendix, as these monitoring plans go deep dive into what a network should look like, where are the gaps, who's doing what. We have GIS maps for every station. We're going to start that review process. Here's my hope. I'm hoping that somewhere between August and November, that we will have both of these two documents to you for adoption consideration. And I'm thinking maybe habitat restoration plan by August, but definitely by November for that one. And then if we can get in front of the monitoring plan, I'd like to put those both, to completion before end of calendar year, if it's possible. But we're not going to rush it. We want really good documentation, because those will carry on even beyond the update. They'll advise the CCMP update, but clearly important documents that will stand for another 5 years until 2030, and then we'll take another look. I had a really long legislative update, and I'm going to keep it short because I thought we were going to get close. There's over $40 million in legislative budget requests, and that does not include the dollars allocated to water through DEP and Florida Fish and Wildlife. So once again, the governor, the Florida legislature have been strong advocates and proponents for clean water in this state. The budget has not been sent to the governor, and so we still have to go through that veto process. But the Indian River Lagoon is well represented in all 5 counties. And if you haven't had the time or the chance to go chase those county projects down, just email me and I can send you my list that kind of go. I have county by county list plus highlights of those LBRs. On the federal side, we look good in the moving omnibus bill for 2023. So we're pretty comfortable that we're going to see $750,000 hold in the budget that you just passed for 2023. The really good news is that Congress, just on April 29th, which just happened to be my birthday, so it was kind of a cool birthday present, Rich Innes sent me this letter. It is from the House. It is a letter to the appropriations committees. It is bipartisan, and it's basically requesting full funding of our authorized amount for 320, which is $50 million, and a minimum of $1 million for each NEP. I can tell you that's going to be a heavy lift. We're currently at $750. the general feeling on the Hill is to move these incrementally forward. However, we had 78 House members sign this letter in support to put a boost on the House side. We still haven't seen a letter yet, the draft letter on the Senate side. Those of you like Doug who knows, this Senate's always a little bit more conservative on some of these appropriate requests, but I'm really excited, and this was a yeoman's lift as well, both getting reauthorized when we did, but keeping, in the Congressional highlight as a high-performing program with great return on investment. So stay tuned on the future appropriations, but those discussions are happening right now. There's a number of congressional bills moving forward, by the way, that I won't talk about, but I'll update you probably in August. We'll see where they are, but a number of bills for South Florida. A recent bill on harmful algal blooms just passed the House, is heading to the President's desk. So a lot going on water at the federal level. In Florida, no question, everybody's got Florida on their mind with our seagrass, water quality, and manatee problem. And then lastly, this is an opportunity that just arose, and I want to get your opinion. We brought this issue to our advisory committees. They were all strongly supportive. But Mike Shirley, who's the Deputy Director of the Office of Resilience and Coastal Protection, and also administers the Florida Coastal Management Program, called me, and DEP is contemplating the possibility of no discharge zones within the boundaries of the Florida aquatic preserves. And in looking at our map, we had this discussion about, you've got multiple aquatic preserves. What was council's thought on maybe looking at the entire lagoon as a designated no discharge zone? And I said, well, I can't speak for you on this issue because we haven't had that conversation. But we know we have a major problem at mooring fields, and we know we have a major problem in a number of marinas. DEP's been working really hard over the last years to rebuild the Clean Marina program. I can tell you that FWC has stepped up some enforcement actions, including one recent one that I'm aware of, where one of the actual enforcement officers just privately said to me, I had no idea we'd be issuing that many citations on a sting. So this is a problem. So how do you all feel? So the direction I'm asking for, and we don't need this by emotion, but do you want me to continue this discussion with Mike Shirley, see where it goes over the next 90 days, and let them know that we're supportive of at least considering moving us into a no discharge zone declaration at the state level? So how do you feel about that?
Thoughts? Who wants to start?
I just wanted to mention that I have no problem with it. I think it's a great idea. The St. Lucie, Martin, and Indian River County have a tri-county legislative meeting to kind of kick off the legislative session every year so we can advocate for things that are beneficial to us as a region. And this was an issue that was brought up at our last meeting in September or October. And we actually passed a resolution as a 3-county region to work towards no discharge zones. So I think the template is there and would love to extend it to Brevard and Volusia and cover the whole Indian River corridor if that's something that everybody would be in favor of.
Yeah, and Dwayne, did you happen to get the copy of it? Because I asked for it.
I did not, and it may have been sent, and I just didn't catch up with the email, but I have not seen that copy. But clearly, that's going to be important for Mike Shirley as he moves forward with DEP.
Well, I will tell you, we just need to give a drone shot of the Fort Pierce Inlet. I probably have approaching over 100 vessels in the inlet alone, and it's incredible. I have derelict vessels that are actually sitting up on seagrass mounds off of the Seaway Drive. It's incredible. I don't know where they're coming from or why we have all of a sudden been found, but we believe that some of the testing that we've seen at JC Park and actually out at the jetty, high concentrates of bacteria are likely coming from that. I think that the voters tend to think because there's a wastewater treatment plant there that they can blame it on that. But it's clearly a concerted effort by voters. I don't know why. I mean, they live on the water. They want to be on the water. Why would you not want to protect it? And there's a marina right there, 3 marinas right there for pump outs. It's not extremely expensive to do. So yeah, I'm in full support of this. Our board was full support of this when brought forward. And I think it's something that again, my concern is also always upstream of canals where those inappropriate septic pumpers put it in a canal as opposed to taking it to the proper treatment facilities. Because I think that happens more times than we know. But from a no discharge component, I think that's another way that we have to approach protecting this lagoon.
I agree. I think we need to go there. I've kept my boat at 3 different marinas in the rivers, St. Lucie and Martin County currently, and I see sins there frequently. And then the blow boaters, as I call them, the sailboaters, that I know that crew pretty well, and I think we need to move down that path as soon as we can. It needs to happen, and I love boating, and I've always had a boat, and I always will, but I see people that don't follow the rules the way they should be, and I think we need to get there as soon as possible to save this lagoon.
Jeff? Yeah, I agree. I'd really be interested in seeing what y'all have already done, but I have a brother-in-law who owned a marina in Volusia County and now one in Stewart. And he brought that to me, telling me what an issue it was, and asked me if I knew that occurred and that it was legal. And I was stunned that it wasn't. So my question for y'all that have already begun working on it is, I think I heard you say we're moving towards, what does that mean? Moving towards stopping it, or to me it's a no-brainer, let's stop it.
And this was at the time Chairman O'Brien, Pierre O'Brien brought forward for us all to collectively sign on to, is that we want a no discharge zone for the whole lagoon as opposed to just the aquatic preserves. So the preserves are throughout the lagoon sporadically, but for us to be able to make a big difference, we actually have to include the entire lagoon. So that's really what the mission is, to expand the thought process, not just to protect the aquatic preserves, but the entire lagoon.
Yeah. Can you send me what you've already developed?
Yeah, I asked for it from my staff, and I wasn't in my office yesterday to follow up, but I will certainly get it out to each of you and to
yeah, we'll certainly support you, and I'll attempt. I'm one vote, but I'll attempt to join you. I can't imagine anybody would vote no, but.
What do you need, Dwayne?
Well, I was just thinking through this. We could, if you're all unanimously supporting moving forward, I can go to Mike and say, we're supportive. 3 counties have already entered into a tri-county resolution. But if you would like staff to draft an IRL council resolution, we have used the resolution power very sparingly and carefully, and have only injected ourselves into big policy issues. So I think one of the things, and I get a sense how you might feel, but one of the things is this one of those big policy issues where you'd want to entertain a draft resolution which we'd bring back in that August framework. There's a process that has to move through. I'm not clear how far DEP is in the process, but I get the sense that there's work to be done yet on this, and it includes having readily available maps, having every pump out station located, moving it through the DEP process, and I'm sure it's going to go higher than that, but that's what I'm thinking. You give me guidance today, not through a motion, just give me guidance to continue this discussion with DEP, and if you so chose, direct me to go ahead and put a draft resolution together for August. We'll put something together, work with DEP, find out where they're at in this, and then we'll bring a resolution back, and then we can capture all 5 counties, the 2 water management districts on this issue, with a council resolution.
Well, I'm sure I speak for the rest of the board. We give you our blessing. Go forward with that idea. And I would like to see Brevard and Volusia County enter into your agreement, make it a 5-county agreement. It is an issue, as you and I have spoken before. There's several things that play into it, I'm sure. One is some people are probably just stupid. Other people just figure it's expedient, it's easy, quick. And the third is, well, I'm only one. And that takes in a broad range of pollutants. The people that have nice green lawns butting up to the canal or the river. Well, I'm the only one here that's really loading it up with nutrients from and after all, it is my lawn. I can put all the nutrients on it I want. So those are the things we're fighting. But I think the biggest thing I can see from my perspective, having lived on the river for 30 plus years, I had a sailboat anchored off my property, probably about 500 yards for 3 years. And that thing never moved. And he had a dog on board. And he worked as a handyman, and he would cruise in his little dinghy every morning, leave the dog on the boat, and then go back in the evening. And he lived on that boat. And I complained to FWC, I complained to our own natural resources, and nothing really ever got done because it's really hard to prove that the guy isn't moving the boat, that he isn't performing or going to a pump out station. So I don't know how we address that short of going to Tallahassee. I don't know how, because it's a noble gesture to ban this and do it lagoon wide. But how do you enforce it?
Enforcement is always going to be the key here. But what this would do is put another layer, a fairly clear layer and message, for not just enforcement, just to give additional, support to those law enforcement officers that are out there doing that work. It's just another layer of regulatory support. But to be honest, to get compliance, there's only one way to get compliance on this issue, and that's going to be, a greater enforcement pressure, and maybe looking down the line at the state level, at the level of fines, including seizures of boats for repeat offenders. And I don't know what the standards are, but I know if, in the state of Florida, if you're, caught rolling down A1A and your boat's full of illegally, caught, lobsters and fish out of the slot limit, you've got a good chance of losing your boat if you're a repeat offender. So I don't know where we stand in that. It's not really where we are as a non-regulatory agency. But the declaration is at least stating, this is an important area. It's a national estuary program area, and this is not discharge, and it just provides a little bit more clout to that regulatory environment. But you're right, it's, to actually get compliance, it's education, and then enforcement on the other side when you just don't get, good Samaritans doing the right thing.
There's various ways you can attack this. There's compliance at the marinas with if they're going to be in a marina buoy, that they have to show pump outs or proof of pump out every so often. You can, we thought, when I was a kid, we thought trying to track down the freighters that were blowing out their bilges off of Florida were going to be a huge problem, but they put, tracers in the oils, and now we don't have any oil coming across the, the Gulf Stream and onto our beaches anymore. We used to, you couldn't walk on the beaches.
I remember.
And so you can attack this with various ways of tracking that issue. It just takes the counties and everybody stepping up and saying, we're not going to allow this in our marinas, and they're not going to allow it. We can eat that elephant one step at a time, but you can do it.
And no question, this is a first step towards, these other decisions.
Yep.
And I think that's probably one more item that we can go to our local legislators in Tallahassee and tell them this is something very important, And, because that's the only way it's gonna get done. We have to create enough interest in this whole project that this is something that we feel is extremely important, and I think it's obvious that it is. We just have to bring it to the forefront and get people excited about it.
We're attacking septic tanks like crazy, and here people, hundreds and hundreds of boaters at every inlet, and all up and down the 180 miles of this lagoon are flushing the toilets right in the lagoon.
Good point.
You know, I mean, it's time. We love boaters, and boaters are a big part of our industry, but they gotta run by the rules, and so we got to set rules in place that they got to live by as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to make that point. You just made it very well that we do this with septic tanks, and boating is becoming more and more popular in Florida. So there's probably also going to be a need for a funding requirement as well. You've brought this up before, that there needs to be more pump out stations at marinas. And so while we have the EPA here getting funding for
Everybody
things,
looked over their shoulder.
Well, we're glad you're here.
but I mean, that just follows that you need, if we're going to require it, there has to be a place, and it could be it should allow a marina to make some money on it. There's got to be a profit motive if it's going to work, but we got to have a place for it to be pumped out.
And also mobile pump out stations close to where you have large mooring fields. I mean, the key is if they don't come to you, that investment to go to them, may be a good return on investment.
Oh,
yeah, but it happens on land for septic tanks, so that's a good business.
Yeah.
You going to start it?
Maybe. I'm getting close to starting my next career after we fix the lagoon. When I feel like I've got a good feel on this. Jason, I know you were pretty quiet on this one. I'm not going to put you on the spot, but you can take the message up, and I'm going to call Mike Shirley and just let him know where we're at as a board, and offer our assistance and our recommendation to let's look at the whole project boundary.
Well, Mr. Chair, one final word on this is just simply, this is part of our mission, and we spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, through the course of time to take contaminants and nutrients out. The cheapest way is never letting it go in. And so this is a simple fix to not having additional contaminants in the lagoon. And then let's talk about the pharmaceuticals. That's a whole other side that's going to be part of that discussion.
We'll be having that discussion probably before this calendar year ends, because I had it this past week with the management board, the whole toxic contaminant, train that we're seeing, everything from microplastics to, antibiotics and, the whole suite of emerging contaminants of concern. Well, that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for a really productive meeting. And while I'm still up here, I just want to say thanks again to the EPA. I know you have board reports still, but I want to put it on the record. We really appreciate you all coming, south and east, and the time you spent with us, and all the support and all the great conversations we had. So thank you.
I'm reminded it's said often, but it really is simple. It's difficult to do, but it's simple. Get the bad stuff out and stop putting bad stuff in. That's all it is. All right, let's go to board reports. Let's start down at this end. Chris?
Okay, recently we had a ribbon cutting for Petrovis Preserve, which actually backs up to the Becker Preserve, and where we did a oxbow restoration, and that's actually going to help from a flooding standpoint, but also open up the area for floodplain process, so that the waters can be processed in a floodplain should there be a flooding event. Taylor Creek muck dredging. Some of you were able to join us for that presentation several months ago. We had to shut it down for manatees. They were loving the Taylor Creek. We have restarted that recently. The county has moved forward with a significant investment for Sunland Gardens stormwater master plan. Speaking of one of those Jedi communities, that's one of them. We are continuing to move forward with the Harmony Heights stormwater project. We are moving forward with additional engineering to include the second part of that neighborhood. Always there's funding necessary for that again. And then we talked about it today, the Sheridan Plaza stormwater effort. That's a significant piece of property that is up against the one of the canals. And the properties, the neighborhoods I just mentioned are actually, what's the word, cased in between two canals. So everything that they're doing in those communities with septic, we're doing the stormwater project so that we don't have the septics overflow into the stormwater system, which go into the canals. So the stormwater systems that we're creating are helping to keep the effluent from any storm issue from septic tanks actually moving into the canal. So those are pretty significant. We'd like to move forward in the future with, septic to sewer, but that's going to be probably about a 1,500 to 2,000 home project, which will be in the tens of millions of dollars. But it's certainly something to look forward to. We also have brought forward to the folks that live on North Beach in Fort Pierce. There are 538 homes that are still on septic. We have been able to achieve cobbling together more than $9 million to help fray the cost for a septic to sewer connection. We've sent it to the neighborhoods for a vote for a municipal services boundary unit, to which they can pay over a 20-year period a portion of the cost. And it's interesting that the cost of a septic tank is anywhere from $20,000 to $25,000 to replace, and the cost of doing this project with all the money that we've been able to cobble together will be less than $8,000 over the course of 20 years. So the argument is they don't want to do it; they want the county to just pay for it. But it's their front door. I mean, the lagoon is right there on their front door, and we got to participate. And so we've done our part to put the money together. We hope that they'll participate and see the benefit of going from septic to sewer and removing the last septic tank on North Beach, so on the island. So that would be great. So that's my report. Thank you, sir.
Libby? Well, greetings again. I'm here on behalf of our governing board member, Jackie Thurlow-Lippish. Yesterday, we had our May governing board meeting down in Key Largo.
Lucky.
It's a very nice location.
We don't meet like that.
And we have a long-standing tradition at the South Florida Water Management District of awarding a lavender jacket to our different governing board member every year. And this year, Mr. Bergeron awarded the jacket to Jackie. And the jacket creates the obligation of that governing board member to be the water reuse ambassador for that year. And since next week is Water Reuse Week, that's a good thing to highlight. We talked about it at our governing board meeting yesterday, but we have over 100 reuse facilities in the South Florida Water Management District area that reuse 328 million gallons per day of reclaimed water. And in the past 2 decades, the South Florida Water Management District has allocated more than $117 million in projects that support nearly 300 different reuse projects. So we've got a good story to tell with water reuse. Something interesting that we've added is we have a service that you can subscribe to get an update about blue-green algae daily conditions. It's a really interesting report. It's compiled by our science group, so it's got the satellite images, it's got the water conditions, the temperature. It's really a great tool if that's something you're interested in. We also have a new reporting tool that last year we had a lot of issues with this time of year, a big algae bloom at the Pahokee Marina on Lake Okeechobee. And it was all hands on deck to come up with a response to that. And so since that, we've had an algae team that has come up with a way to be responsive to those harmful algal blooms. And one of the things that we did was we've created basically an app, which is a GIS tool, where all of our field station folks and any of our scientists that are out in the field, if they see harmful algal blooms conditions, they can take a picture
and put in the coordinates of it, and we can monitor it. And so it gets everybody involved in monitoring those conditions. And then it also gives us more information to communicate with our utility partners and making decisions about releases from the lake. So those are some big things that we have that came up out of the governing board meeting. And then 2 weeks ago, we had a workshop on the Future Extreme Rainfall Projections Workshop. We have hired a district resiliency officer, and we conducted that, and it was really exciting. We had people participate from New York City and all over the world, really. So a lot of things going on with resiliency at South Florida Water Management District as well. So a lot of good things going on at South Florida Water Management District.
Thank you. Susan.
Sure, thank you. Let's see, update on Indian River County. We are in the process of widening 66th Avenue, and in conjunction with that widening project, we are moving forward with the Moorhen Marsh project, which is a large stormwater treatment facility, kind of habitat type facility. So that is in the process right now. It's kind of cool to see all the different levels that they're putting in and ditches and stuff, and I can't wait till they actually start planting it. It's going to look really cool. But that is right next to one of our large Indian River Farms water control districts canals, so one of their larger canals. So we'll re-divert water in there and then clean it and bring it back out into the system. So that's a cool project that's going on. And then I guess for you guys, maybe one of the more exciting things that we're doing is we approved a bond referendum to go to the voters in November. It would be $60 million for environmental and conservation lands, but one of the caveats of what those dollars or what lands would qualify, there's a large focus on preserving water quality and water supply for the future. So in years past, this would be the third land acquisition or environmental bond referendum Indian River County, if it's approved, will have done. And in the past, sometimes those dollars have been tied to environmentally sensitive and historic properties. In this case, it'll be environmentally sensitive water quality and water supply type issues. So I'll keep you guys posted and see where that goes. If it gets approved, then we'll move kind of into a process where we'll try to identify properties and start trying to reach out to folks. But interestingly enough, through this process, we learned that Indian River County has about 40% of the county, 47, almost 50% of the county is within, as a conservation, considered conservation, either Indian River County conservation, or we have a lot of St. John's land and state land. So it was pretty cool to find out too. So that's what's going on.
Doug?
I'm glad you're here, EPA. A couple of issues. One is, we chatted about this at dinner I did with a couple of you, is right now 80% of the biosolids produced in South Florida are trucked up and put into the St. John's and Indian River basins. 80%. So the other counties don't want it, but it's being trucked up here because it's cheaper for them to pay a truck to bring it up here by, I've been on a ranch, a 300,000 acre ranch north of here, and they were accepting 17 truckloads that day while we were there. And it goes in and it shows up back in our environment here. As hard as we're working to clean up this environment, we're spreading a problem from another area. So I just encourage you to force the water treatment plants, the sewage treatment plants, to take it to the next level, because it's showing up somewhere else, which is in our backyard. And so I'm on the St. John's board. We're wrestling with this, and we're just starting that road. We didn't realize how serious the problem was until we saw an algae bloom here in Blue Cypress Lake from it, and it's showing up in other issues. It's even showing up in the cattle meat. Some of the chemicals. So you got to deal with this at the site. And I encourage you, your staff, to look at that. I'm sure you are. Probably have already, but for us, it's becoming a bigger and bigger issue, because why spend hundreds of millions of dollars in the St. Johns Basin to clean things up and truck in a problem that ruins all your hard work, and here in the Inner River Lagoon. So that's number one. And number two, and the big picture of this lagoon is keeping a lot of the water coming in from the west, coming into it's an old World War I plumbing system. All of Martin, all of St. Lucie, half of Indian River are all plumbed to go right in the lagoon. And why we have open land, and we have that because the citrus industry has gone downhill with greening, a disease that California is just starting to flirt with, but it hasn't hit them hard because your environment's drier, but it will. But we have it here. Here along the Indian River Lagoon, we've lost 150,000 acres of citrus to the disease. And 40 citrus packing houses have gone out of business because of that. And I've lost 1,100 grower members that have gone out of business. But it gives us the luxury of having a blank canvas to park water out west, clean it, reuse it, create a water supply for the future. And so private-public partnerships, we don't want these people to go away that have lived here their whole life and farm citrus. We want them to stay in Indian River County, and we don't want the rooftops. We would love to have dispersed storage projects or water farming, and it's a great tool. So I'm sure you all have heard of water farming already, but it can work here. We've been to 3 ribbon cutting ceremonies in South Florida. We're preparing a water farm for Fellsmere, a 1,400 acre one in the St. Johns, first one on the St. Johns Basin. So it's a new tool, and it can work, and it keeps the locals that have been raised here and love this region here, rather than the other option is rooftops. And me being a Floridian, we have enough rooftops already. I love old Florida. I want to see it open. And then lastly is I want to thank you again for coming. I've enjoyed our conversation. I love your engagement. It's been just a wonderful thing to see you guys so involved with this lagoon. The lagoon needs your help, and I encourage you to come back when you can. So thank you for being here.
Jeff.
Wow. A lot of good news there. Thank you. I'll start with what you mentioned about biosolids, because in Volusia, we're starting an experiment of composting biosolids. We're doing it with one of the wastewater treatment plants that we're making an advanced wastewater treatment plant. So part of the funding we have for that, we can add composting to it, because we also have a goal of reducing what goes to the landfill in any kind of trash by 30%. So I look at composting as a step in helping us do that, because we can compost all of our paper, cardboard, food waste, so many different things with the biosolids. And we're blessed that there is a biosolids expert in Seminole County that will test it going in to see what toxins are there, and then test it on the other side after it's composted. Because I don't want to see another truckload of biosolids being spread and calling it fertilizer, and because it is ending up again in the lagoon and our springs and lakes. And I'm going to skip most of what I was going to say. I've got 6 pages, 5 pages front and back of things that are happening in Volusia County, and I really am proud of that. When I ran for this office, one of my top 2 goals was overdevelopment, or just the way that we're developing. We can't just shut the door and say nobody else from New York, New Jersey, or California, can come here, where they're all bailing out. But we can do it. We have to do it. We don't have a choice. We have to do it more responsibly. So the way that we grow, and then water quality. I do town halls all over the county, because I'm county-wide. I don't go to give a speech. I go by myself and just stand before the public and say, you tell me what your concerns are. What do you want us to work on? I don't care what part of the county I go to, those are the two things I hear. Usually development is first, the way we're developing, and water quality. And as you all know, those two things they're inseparable. One's affecting the other. So I was pleased when I got elected to find out that we have a county staff who really wants to work on these things. It requires a council to give them direction and the permission to do it. So we get along very well because our goals are consistent. And so we are doing a lot of things, and just I'll mention a couple highlights, like the Marine Science Center, helping to conserve habitats and reduce human impacts. A lot of what we're doing is giving information to the public. Because the public's not shy about telling me what they expect, and then they're not shy about telling the NEP, you guys go and fix this problem. But the public has a role in it. We have a fertilizer ban in the summer in Volusia County that only affects the fertilizer companies. Any homeowner can go to Lowe's or wherever they go and buy a bag of fertilizer and spread it during the... So the county has actually created Volusia County has created a brochure that we're taking to the stores, and we're putting it where the fertilizer is sold. And for me, it's like when the public says, you got to do something, I say, okay, help me then. We've put these things in place, now you've got to respond to it. Don't flush your boat in the lagoon, and don't fertilize your lawn when we're having these torrential downfalls in the summer that we always get. So we've got to reach out to the public, and I'll say that this is a year that I think we can really make progress because it's an election year every 2 years. But in Volusia County, we have 7 members on our county council. I'm the only one that's not up for re-election because of redistricting. Everybody else has to run, or it's their normal cycle. 4 of them aren't coming back at all. So that's the majority of the council. So we're going to have a brand new council, and I am really pushing, and I'm going to help. I'm going to help candidates who buy into this agenda of responsible growth and cleaning up the Indian River Lagoon and the aquifer. We have a tremendous opportunity, and that also means we have an opportunity, I believe, for funding. Funding's always an issue, and so I'm asking the public to call their state and federal representatives and tell them the EPA needs more funding for these things, and we need funding. I'm not going to read the whole list. I want to end with this, something that happened yesterday on the tours that we did. One of the people that attended was the owner of Dixie Crossroads, one of the most popular restaurants in Central Florida, maybe in Florida. And I watched her during the different presentations, and I could see the seriousness in her face and even some pain. So when we were walking from place to place, and I asked her, how is the problem, how are the problems in the lagoon facing your business? And she got emotional. She literally shed a few tears. She said, we've been in this business 48 years. We've had to redo our business model. Our menu is not the same because the food's not there. I said, I'm not just talking about shellfish, but here's what really got me. And I thought of California, and I thought of Maine, and Oregon, and all 28 NEPs. She said, I can't even get fin fish that they catch from 30 miles offshore, go out 90 miles to Steeples. It's not coming in anymore. And the reason is because the estuary is their nursery. That's where the eggs are laid. That's where new fish come from. So we're not just affecting adversely the Indian River Lagoon, we're affecting the ocean 90 miles out. It's one lagoon. That's why I said earlier, it's one ocean too. What you do in California is going to affect fisheries, and it's a serious, serious issue. It should also be a non-political issue, because all of us are responsible for being good stewards of the environment. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican, or you can't make up your mind and you're an NPA. We all have a stake in this, and that's one of the best functions that I see coming out of this NEP is the information that we can get to the public. They're ready for it. Now they have to take their steps and be responsible too. So we need to give them the information, help them to do that. But I'm going home with a new level of seriousness, which is going to shock the people that I work with and county staff, because they already think I'm an environmental wacko. Yeah, you get that way, don't you? And I'm not. I understand the economy. I understand, free enterprise and capitalism, but none of that works if you're not responsible for our environment, because everything goes away. When that one restaurant, what happens when you can't afford any more seafood? What happens when we can't drink the water coming out of the lagoon and we have to go to saltwater conversion? How expensive is that? This does affect the economy. What you're doing, all you people in these first two rows, you just have all my respect and everything that I can do to help you, because what you're doing is so important, not just for the water, but for the economy of Florida, for our health, for reduced cancer, there's so much at stake. So thank you. Please don't give up. I know you get tired. You're doing heroes work. And these people up here find it a privilege to help you the little bit that we do. Tell us how we can be better. Tell us how we can help you more. Tell us how we can come alongside of you. That's our responsibility, and we'll back you up. Thank you.
Jason.
Good afternoon. My 45-minute speech will be a lot shorter, since I know I'm standing maybe between you and lunch, unless Kurt has to close out the shop. Just a quickly prepared thing here for me from the department. The department's been hard at work on implementing Senate Bill 64, reclaimed water. And Senate Bill 64 will eliminate the non-beneficial discharges to surface waters by 2032. Over this last year, the regulatory district offices have been coordinating compliance plans with surface water discharge facilities to ensure requirements of the Senate Bill 64 are met. The Central District, where I hail from, is proud to say that 100% of our facilities have approved plans verifying the requirements of Senate Bill 64 will be met. And just in closing, it's been an honor to be here today and participate in this. I've learned a great deal, and as I was telling Dwayne during the break, I'm more empowered than ever to be a champion of the one lagoon mentality. That resonates with me, and love to be here to see the fantastic work firsthand, so thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Well, I'll finish up, and as usual, I'll make it as short as I can, because I think these things get a little out of hand. I would request that my fellow commissioners and board members try and keep their board reports to 5 minutes or less, just in the interest of brevity. I know everybody has important things to say, but there's 7 of us, and that's 35 minutes if we take 5 minutes. If we take 10 minutes, now we're over an hour on top of the 3 hours for the meeting. So just be considerate of your fellow commissioners and the people out here. That's my little soapbox. Brevard County most of you folks don't know that Brevard County decided to tax themselves. We instituted a half-cent sales tax back in 2016. We've collected over $200 million, pretty close to $250 million. Just my Director of Natural Resources just texted me some information. We've completed 63 projects. We have 20 under construction. We've got 41 in design and permitting, and we've spent somewhere north of the $200 million we've collected already. So we're moving right along, and we're all working together. It's one lagoon, and we're all working together to make it better. And again, we thank you guys for being here. It's been great meeting you, and the information you guys give us, I hope we gave you some back. And with that, we're adjourned.